retrodo. Come on, get him, come on, get him, bo. Nita, my NTA. Kosia Waji 100.9.
Kwesi, bon kwe.
Akasima be doing what she na no siabo me mo achi me mo akwaba no pensu no erade bie kwan no dia maye yeda na se sofukum chacha edi ahye erade nsa refi wa mompae wa mfa ho ahye erade nsa bra wo fifie ana no pe wasode ane mekao sima be num video betimi a meditate oni we erade eye edi nkita ho no ada na sesa no pe we bie kwan no dia mawo enkwani ahodin ne hia ne aka ni nyina eye nhira Anope Jumedie Ghana Muntie, your station, our station, Neat FM. Suno Asugwe. Mia Wotimin Kam, me Dijmedie Huchami, a friend Kwesi Abuaje. Me dase, Yami Shira Papa. Anope, I can't go say not as out to see a barber, your barber head, somewhere ACC, a year, the one crata, or co internet in a swat, sending and 70 tier, Tessa, baby, I 70 bian, and pay your battery Abba. And Gentle, but in semi, you go away, news online portals here, the Ambassador. Yako ni akwako G the one kratano so any the front pages of the newspapers. Then we'll join the news feed at exactly 6 this morning right here on Neat 100.9. And now Raken for Yata Finance Minister 1 year Kasai or Comrashebe Jim Ghana Babia Yesika Samson and Yamasitia on minor economy no. I'm sure say wutie bi wantie bi anope and command no yede bebreo wa wunim dada ya sode ni asode yaba ni yaba me dase Right, so my fast like I say from peacefmonline.com ni other online portals and pay na minimum chair and same to be 10 years here. And there's so many stories on Enram finance minister media review or whatever to your name. Mebo modiana minimum chair, senior city, na other stories, and so yeah, the account. Okay, so back why idea kotini and ransema Oraken of Ferrata Finance Minister Debetu in media review say we have turned the corner of Foriata. The Finance Minister Ken Foriata has reviewed that Ghana is currently making modest gains in turning the economy around after experiencing severe economic hardship in 2022. And nia Oraken of Foriata episode channel say niama shase kekensi ni nkakran ye ko enim o my Ghana Niama kosu niama ye eba nesa. Saying that 2022 was my most difficult year as finance minister of Foriata. And what can I say? Or say after 2022, just say man penyin na do dan ko Akufo-Addo. Eyi ni so me finance minister. Bem say 2017 honum say eba no a. Or say after 2022 sa afi we pa de ohun se sa afi no hia no ana eba there be. I think if he left the bar, no be far right. If he right the bar, be far left. Also 2022. Oraken of Foriata said, obey finance minister. Oh, who afibia in a decent 2022. 2022 nya. We have stabilized exchange rates, inflation, and other fiscal challenges. Foriata, near our person wachira ne say was exchange rates. Dollar CD hunsa and 7 CCR there. Ejina Sano a person wachira see ejina. Oraken Foriata say ejina. Inflation or see ejina. Any other fiscal challenges are nina ne economy no how mine or CCR BB ejina. Ejina mawana dollar CD pound euro yen ni ekeka ho mo amukọ Russia kra rubles ni eka ho nyina no ejina ana ni Oraken of Foriata no unhu ni sa asembusa. There will be no need for supplementary budget of Foriata. Enti enra Oraken of Foriata okoye mra shebedwem no so me mana me meja akoma sika fufuro there be me ma meje akoma sika bia me buy say me buy bebu akunta mama mehu niama se ne esi ko the first half of the year but enya dia me buy be pesika bia nti o se wan fa supplementary budget bia amfa mba yo ya ba mo ma why are there Oraken of Foriata why are there. Government maintained 2.8% GDP growth in 2023. Yeah, GDP growth, you say, buying one son, which is 2.8 in 2023. Samuma. Okay. DDEP helped in addressing cash and other liquidity constraints. Finance Minister. There's a domestic debt exchange program. No, buying no finance minister said, and to me, a boy, Emma, and Cassicasema, and Humbeya Diama, buying Sanka, buying Sicasem, Humbach, no, or see DDP to me, boy, papa. More stories. KO FIE and ransom of the two journal. Also, 1.2 million visitors expected in 2023. 150 jobs to be created in tourism sector of Foriata. Enti afi ye hwese amanfo a wom fie bia manane on beba nsrahwe wo mam hanum sei no 1.2 million ene ahwe nim. Wenum nyina ya hoho wo mmra no mo mesra Ghana wo ba besra nso mo ba mo de cash beba wo mo de niama papa beba niama bone ndi omunye omukrom no mo mfa niama papa nko a enfamre ye mpe bone bia wa hanum sei yesre omo a you should bring the cash. Cash is the only thing that we want from you people. Don't bring any bad thing like COVID, like all the bad things. Leave it there. Mo de mo mfa mo cash enfamre. Sansuna ye ejuma nko a tourism sector no afi mo ebe mai 150,000 amanfo menye ejuma de bre 150,000 Junior Juman ya kika ho tourism sector no ejuma ba. Ghana Cares about Tampa program on track for Riata. Aban what the jumedie bi our friend Ghana Cares about Tampa program. Finance Minister said programming kwasu kama unim about Tampa because you don't know the program. Hey, you don't know. And yeah, odi achisi yakoba mababe chirichi omuye. And some no dosso. In fact, a dosso. All areas old school feeding caterers paid up to first term of 2023. And Tikakra was one school feeding. One more and no animan kodai or she a kabia kamubia woman triako akopime first term 2023. And two teams say we are paying the cash, we are paying. We owe you, but Kafumpo didi. Into Didi Kakra near Tiamo Amusa Democano. Etian Kakran mam why? Nyabutre. Na finance minister kasa wie no ode ne nsem ni nyina de tu wie dwa wie no na adam ku an friends and trade forums you chia we kenken kwa ye kodi ni nyina with 10 no corner you rather deepen our wolves at forcing to for at say dom kuma no wo mo ba no then in what can say oh jai de ben wa 10 corner on 10 corner bia wa ma ho kire aba ya su say a wo so wa 10 corner which 10 corner Seniama sa che kikansi ni niama bia kikansi ni unya hwe donkuma no in fact Isaac Adongo kraso kwadwom ese obebo e yase nyumbi no obebo kra kire obeto ye asi aye kanu farata wa me hwe nsemo obeka nyina no ese on fan so hokra Dom kuma no. Adia no sa kwa ese. Kefre wo we. Wo pa he. Yo be ye bia no. Eye ba ko pe obobutu. Obeda ya. Obi mpe wasem so awudi pan no cross wa efi. Akuko ho esu on sachira kroma wo be sasede opa he one sat say dance God Lloyd te say ayi emrantie ni maba wo yama be wo ma say ya musa kama still akroma be kasi o fa so o was anonyamfe Mami fancy I say mami fast ra kese enfama peacefmonline.com other major online portals na de bon krata no enim sem enebnai Bosumi August a day di kind you 1st August July no dear no yamano bye this year you ra August mu until July no eko ye ma dia na wo bon price August ye remu radema enye more July anko ye so a na yesi bye July yesre ne say rade August ye remu dia maniama enkikensi ani ma ye nyina yenya nkakra ahoden enkwa
ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so eye neat
Kabra fa chance yo kam hano pe kwesi abade yentie nsam no de bon krata enebren kabra
yo abusiafo de bon krata daily graphic na mede ma mo atema mo akwa abayi ononyamfo kan wo fori ata yesikasam so afọ wada ha en wata se economy no zisi ade atene baby ejina ni de ejina yie pa minority for tresa sansem ya obeka ye nyina no afa na ho kire no ya sa be kopa 2 $300 million yo ana court din Johnson ade ato mining firm bi so sanko jisika na free enten tertiary student visit National Communication Authority asembe ne pie free mu baaye na telega Democrat ananim ha economy no sisi ade asagina ne naso ononyamfo kan wo fori ata na eka sei minority fo nso trasa mo monkopa dade atensemuti na ne efiri soro ba no nya asam ketwa payo senam hagide Democrat edi ne mfoni abeto a watrase wɔkɔ akɔpere mmarahyɛbadwa akɔnya ɛwɔ asuagyaman na saa mining firm court nyansen no a wɔde ato so no Cassius mining no ɔde ho asɛm aba ha MPP foɔ abobɔ polling station din wɔabra a wɔn conference yɛnkyɛ na ɛbɛba soɔ no Ahanta West mmarahyɛbadwani ɛbɛtɔ odwa sɛ wɔ resign wɔsi adwuma no wɔnyɛ bio na no na Beneza Kodwo kumtira sɛ daabi adwuma no deɛ ɔbɛkɔ so ayɛ ɛte sɛ mmarahyɛbadwani no a na awurade yɛ n'adom a ɛnkyɛ ne ho bɛtɔ no na tele statement de bokrata n'anim ha wasan de Pius nam hagedemfoni abɛtoa ɛna wɔtɛ sɛ ɔno ɛna wɔbɛtumi de nsakraeɛ ɛde aba adehye ɛwɔ esuagyaman abatoɔ mpɛsua soɔ communication minister wakɔnograte fɛfɛɛfɛ ɛyɛ rural telephony network ɛwɔ northern region economy no wɔnonyamfoɔ kan wɔfori atakyerɛ sɛ ɛbɛyɛ kama yɛnya abotre kakra bi ɛmfama no $50 million yo ɛne yɛde support enyuma nkumankuma asɛde ɛbɛyɛ a wɔbɛtumi etina wɔna so na eteli dispatch anim ha wɔnonyamfoɔ dan kokubote ɛne wakɔyɛ maame a Renato Shilate ne ho report de ama mampani na nado sɛ maame no yɛ adeɛ bi a n'ani nte ho kura ntoanhwɛ na ɔnkasa nkyerɛ no nuksifoɔ nso ɛbɔ National Service Secretariat boss waba so sɛ ne leadership deɛ wɔde nsakraya aba paa wɔde kane mampani JJ Rollins de late ne ho asɛm bi aba ononyamfoɔ kan wɔfori atakyerɛ sɛ ɔtrusted Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia ne competence paa saa na mampani na nado aka kyerɛ no nti wɔtidi sɛ papa no wɔbɛtumi akwakyire Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe na enum wanom de award atia no wɔgye wasan akɔgye kakraka baako ɛwɔ University of Cape Coast a yɛadrɛse ne kama ɛne yɛde ne mfoni abɛto de bokrata anim ha the finder de bokrata anim ha nso 2023 GDP growth no wɔn so wɔn ba revise no aba 1.5% yo ɛno ntenkɔdɛ Ghana yakɔ executive council ɛwɔ UN World Tourism Organization no yakɔ akɔka ho aban baabi a n'ani kyerɛ ɛne sɛ ɔbɛma environment no ayɛ investors ne dɛ na wɔde wɔ sika aba bɛwura mu wɔ ha entrepreneurship nso yɛ aban n'ani so ade hunu wei ayi ononyamfoɔ Kojo Ɔpɔnkroma ɛne wɔde asɛm yi ato dwa small scale mining sector nso aban ɛbɛ support yɛ UK government or the 3.9 million pounds and our day babesem said ye be ya ye betumi sanitizing of fefefe venture capital trust and so womu say 1.7 million US yo and chief executive ne resident ya watie womu di akosiesie 4 years 1.7 million Ghana cedis and what years ejuma no the chronicle the Democrat enimu ha commended ne gwafo abrem MPP amanyoko hia wo betumi a wo beka wonu mu abom said ye be ya wo bebi TNDC owura Kofidentu ena okọ Pius nso apeke ne forms ewo asuajaman okọ akopre mmarahyɛbadwa akonnwa Ghana ni UK akabom omu beboa yen na yetumi akọ atia galamse yane anko aya hoɔden yentumi nkontia galamse nti omu eba beboa yen economy no etina ne naso pa onnyamfo kan wofori ata ana okase ebusua beko peace 104.3 FM so ena ye dabnada kwasi atena se ensem bebre ewa
Abo nonsia peace 104.3 FM Sonia de Shemaima yemamunyina ache ensema hodo ayaboa no omaimu ene amahoro so ena anopa yesi enkonwa ede besomo kaseboi etwan ho de afa hello 101.5 ye wadum ewo kumase ye bepiemu nkran ya ye okay 101.7 neat 100.9 ye worship house ewo Abeka junction Ghana ha ene amano ni radio stations ahodo pi ena wo akabo mo efa kasebo ato apiti wiase ama adehye pepiankoma enye bi etie na wo hwe yen live our Facebook ye call YouTuber ye Despite Media ena no pay nsemo a eto dwa na yedi mo akoten ebene Ghana for the some for Iraken for Riata enra nyame ya dom ema okopie mo na hyebedwa fie ema or the media budget review no or the honsem ne amane bonyina ekoto Ghana mai enim Accra High Court Ashe Kani Chief Executive Officer Nanka Oda Microfinance and Small Loans Center ano ena no former operations manager no Oda Ejuma Kroko ya ano Yera Daniel Axim ese womo mrai na sobo ahodo bi a yede abobo womo no womo emeyi womo ho ano na yekọ amenone ensemu so a Niger aban to go a akọ so no womo ede sobo kese pa abo France for asadom we ne nsenkaya hodo ena no peya bobo ni nyina no a yesin konwa ede besomo emfa aseda emanwumakoi Susie Eba Center what the CB men capsules, CB women capsules, and a CB soup or the Tayechi, dependable herbal home, and the Adum Quiples capsules, and then a mixture, Adum PAW mixture, and then the capsules, and a Adum Malake, JA Buying Company Limited, one so at the Buying Stain Remover, any new buying 20 disinfectants, air Tayechi, Kivo Hot Pepper, air Boyen, Levels Natural Capsules, and a Onga your soya bean protein chunks. Yeah, what this way chocolate drink. Can pay you here in sushi. You may da Roma and a water a chimney casebono abba midin at the mame biama quafo. I feel similar name. Enra nyame yadom emome photo sam for Iraken for Riata kopie mu mrahye fie ema supplementary budget what the media budget review ehho amane bo what the ekotu edwa na nenkase mu na wo chemu ese eba supplementary budget ya 2023 akon mesika aban eyiye ya wo de ho amane bo ebetu yanim afie etwa mu no a enya de supplementary budget wo mo ebeji bi ede aka ho na wo ka wo ya na chese ne imprensa so nie ya o me photo sam for one comra shebe fie se woman mana komesika ne bi emfa enso dada no eso na bra wodin semi etudwa enra no wo chechire mu ese ba bia anasa niema yenya ho faso efriye oil emu no yade se eteko ekofom ena afenso no niema yenya enye oil ene de ho faso emaye no eno nso so bo no ehwire ekosoro abosumi sie dikan ewo meyi emu.
Mr. Speaker, in view of the reasons outlined above, as well as the lower domestic interest payment and amortization following the completion of a part of the DDEP and the reduction in the foreign finance capex, the appropriation has been revised from Ghana cedis 227.7 billion as presented and approved in November 2022 to 206.0 billion Ghana cedis. This is in line with Regulation 24, Sub-Regulation 3, of Public Financial Management Act Regulation 2019 LI 2378. Mr. Speaker, we will therefore not require a supplementary budget.
Na yera photo sam for kenofrata ewien wo sandia to dwabio se uba afi 2022 atwamo no emu a eno ne afi bia niememu ye den pa ema no chese o de tare na wai odisi na bu chese no ye hwe a enye ye essence ono na kita Ghana yensi kasem na se wo hwe yensi kasem so na o de to dwache mu se fibra COVID-19 ye firi mu efi ye eho abinidi eho pentenkwa ene ade no enam so ema niememu ye den pa Emma ono se photo samfo ena afensukura na MPP abanya womo enete adwaso no enema womo ho pepere womo a womo dwane ekoto IMF ekopa moa ewo ho nanso ne nyina mu no womo de hyehye ne ade egu akwan mu a sese san hyehye pa womo de gu akwan mu no eso aba.
Mr. Speaker, 2022 was the most difficult year for me as Ghana's finance minister. On July 1st, 2022, we took what was then a difficult but necessary decision to request support from the IMF to implement our post-COVID-19 program of economic growth. The country was going through a dire period of economic uncertainties and despondency.
no to asubio and wade etu dwa se free mra covid ba yemu se de na aban no enema mu aye dene amano no wo kire se Ghana mrahye etai aban na chipa esanse eto ho mra hodo a wode ba ye nyina mrahye eboa aban no etai wo machi emomutimi agitu mu sanso ena sika ye didi dwuma ewo aban mu so no wo hwe ni nyina eka ho asem ede ema wo mo eti aban no ekire na ni sopa ede asida PSA mrahye bedwafo enye wo mo nko a awo efra no ne ede wo mu sika ebewura wo man mu bebiebie nwuma afenso sika sam nwuma hodo wo mo a atototo bondo said wo mutimi etu wo ho si ho no de wo mo bondo ma aban sa aban je na sa niema mu nya wo so fa witwa ho niema to yi a wo de yade ama yo se Ghana bakosem mu ebi ensi sa da ho kyerete sei enti wo mo ani so anamonto ahodo nyina obibia etu ye editai aban wachi sanso en wotrase den mo maybe koma IMF and of a World Bank and Ghana ya boafo aku ahodo development partners G7 and of a G20 members nyina wo mo tai aban na chibra na emu oden no wo mo de aseda eni kabia ema wo.
Right Honorable Speaker, accordingly His Excellency President Akufo-Addo has asked that I convey his profound gratitude to this House for passing all the revenue bills as well as expenditure measures. Indeed, our sincere gratitude also goes to all investors, financial institutions, and bondholders for the sacrifice, support, and forbearance in this difficult period of our country's economic history. We appreciate your contribution towards turning the corner and commitment to partner us in transforming the economy. We must also extend our appreciation to the IMF, the World Bank, and other development partners, as well as the G7 and G20 members who have stood so strongly with us.
Na ne krakra mo na Ghana for the Sound for editu dwa se oba oman mu a ebusumi nsie dikan ewa fimu no wo mo ede hye gu akwamu asan hye no eboa ama yatimi enya eto ahodo pi sanso ena ye ba enema enye oyela yenya eto efiri so no so a o chemu se enema mu etete ba for titu kra ene vat ene ade nanso mfa ho ne oyel no mfa so yenya free so anase eto yenya efiri oyel niema eso no abane ehwe ne mu ese esan eniema asesa efa oyobo eho ene ade wa mansan adwaso ntino aban no nyade obeti atena wode hyehye pa ebegu akwam no ahwe ese yen hyehye sika ye di bedi dwuma wo man mu eto a ye benya ne ade nyina obetutu ne ye natimi aboa yen.
Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of the year, we continue making progress to exceed our non-oil revenue targets for the year. We have seen improvements in non-oil tax revenue collection despite some notable shortfalls in VAT. However, oil revenues are falling short of expectations due to changes in global prices. We will therefore undertake a downward review of the oil-related revenue as well as the corresponding expenditures to align with the underperformance of some of our revenue handles. Specifically, this will impact the annual budget funding amount.
Any awoti ye Ghana ya photo samfo Yuraken ofori ata enra okopie mu mrahye ema media budget review ode ho nsem nyina ekoto Ghana man enem ye to aso akonsem foforo emu Accra High Court ahyese Kane Chief Executive Officer na Oda Microfinance and Small Loans Center Maslog ye ma me Dinam Tamaklo Atuno ena Kane Operations Manager na Oda Maslog ano Ira Daniel Axim omomre na omumebi womu defense efa sobo ahodo a yede aba womo na saase me be pie dwa ewo court a na Justice Efiase wa Saribotwe a woye Justice Eda Court of Appeal ano onukro ya osanso ye High Court Judge emenra wode etu dwa ebu a yese sesei no womo a ebo womo enipa mienu ko adu nyina ede adanse ye de dipefe se bone semana se bone ebata womo ho enti waso womo ba ebeyi womo ano eti enra en wo share ye mame Justice Efiase wa Azaribotwe share ye se so boa do e dia boss any pam yunu nyina no e wo so omo ba no mutimi ebeyi wo mo ho ano wo kire mu se cars mako 350 ya wo chese ma me said nam tamaklo atuo no ene Daniel Aximi wo mo to no 62 million Ghana cedis no wo chese ntiase enim wo mo mra na wo meyi wo mo ho ano e wo ho sa so na court no edi to dwa se wo mo to cars no ede ma won se nko mo de ma drivers na wo mo achi ene ade no driver unions no eduaduemu no wo mu hunu se maslok cars ne boye den dododo echen cars ne se de wo ton no abontempo enti no wo mo kire se nya de driver for no ene je hu nti wo mo anto cars no e ma cars nche se enwene se esi ho no sanso e na court ne hwe ni mu se wo mbeba abechechemu sika 1.55 million Ghana cedis bi ene efa ene said ye womu si edi sika ne edi dwuma ene ade na womu kire mu se 20,000 bi so ebepie mu a ekodi Yera Aximi ensem na ono no o kire mu edi to court no anim se sika ne de Yedemano, ese achedie. Na no na justice afia se wa edi to dwa se Yera Daniel Axim. So betimi abecheche mu edi akire court no ese saa na womo a eda operations ano wa banwumakuo ahodo ano no. So ban ya omo de ne dino no se ne panyini betimi atamsikapudo 20,000 Ghana cedis. Etua ne nsa no edi abere ne se ye eja Axim we je na we achede amede echa wokwa. No wode echa wo sade na ayama anu ti a wode echa wo. Eti womo hwe ni mu say ya mama said nam tamaklo Daniel Axim wombeto na mon abakoto na wo maba becheche mu sa se me nyina ekopie mu ebra abai lawyer panyine so afo hatentene ensem so Mfiempi mienu eni donkono otam nipa mienu edomo ekogina aseni bia ede so boa hodo makomako eduoso enwotwe ebo womo krono ka ho womo boapa mo mayi aboka womo di sabisika boni hudwa ena afenso womo abo tirimupo eso womo bedi nsamone ena Public Procurement Act na procurement embrano eno so womo ebuso etisaso bo nyina ye de abosa nipa mienu ya court ehwe ni mu se womo beba na womo babeyi womo ehwano enti court no ahye October bosome ne de to so edu enkono e wa fi mu se saada no eno besan so atena asemi eso utie kaseboy e wo peace 104.3 FM ye twa ye ho agenkrato ye ba ye bekwa amano ne nsemu
so wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ede ne se wo ye na se wo yam so atim so
wo be packing a farmer Martin's liver salt techira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wa nom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor.
Amen.
Yenim samu busase ni je asene sei.
Asene se wodi amen Nigerian seniani e wo herbal ayaresam bio na nkunimdie adasidie na ase ani abasobode nkoa. Se wanso wo hwe apondim ahoto a wodi abra manfo efiri enti so ekosi ya na ase. Ehina yade sha amen hu ensa yade. Wodi ne nro ne abefo efidie echi yade no kunu what time.
Amen e the herbal accommoding was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekunye nyarewa.
Say sukun fofri amano ne besua ekwani a yade herbal say yade e wo amen.
We nyina enti e na yade anije afra from say. Sanye pa wo yare bi hyehyɛ wo ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyamene yaresafo inshallah enyame adoma ayaresa beba
amen wodome wo be old snake flat
ultra modern branch wa Klagon Tama Road free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital. Amanfo, the Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances
or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center.
Home appliances are a ye papa bia, a biwo
Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL,
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media keka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dia. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV need daho, a detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector ma wo phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Edwosu ahodo a oton phones ene ehun accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 02079373323 and also Brakoko Memle City Light in Chehwa. Na ye can discounts any achadia. Ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
Home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knobs.
Yeko akowie kasebo no ewo Niger na wotwetwe mu no ene beto dwa ewo Niger man no wo mu TV so ese yetu aban no agu ama amamra wo mu de ebu o man no yatwe asense mu afenso aban nwumako ahodo nyina yatwe wo mu asense mu yemu obi anya adwuma ena wo mu boda so nyina so no wo mu atotomu na saban tugwe ene nam so ama sojafo mu to aban gu ye no wo mu de sobo kase pa ebo wo mu ekane eye France ese nka womu efa chire nwa na nka womu so womu do masrafo atam mampanyi Mohamed Bazoum ya yetu na ade so no womu asade na ababesi akonwa so na no ene womu de sobo ebo France fo se sabisabio womu awu a womu mani nka womu amenemu womu nyoma dwen se ne ekoso ewo Nigeria na wom betimi edo ho abeforefore mani yanke befono womu pa na sojafo yi echiremu a sa ban tugwe no womo eye na womatimi ede aginije man no esi ho no mo abantu goi ba ye amaya hodo ne akwaku hodo na akaseti a France man ka ho bie afi amanseku batan no na ECOWAS eko no so womo akasa etia na sesei man panyi Mohamed Bazoum womo ache no ede nasi ewo ne presidential palace ewo Miami fenso womo de kokobo ama amanefo se munim na mo antamu ba bi na mo yam adwen ese mo do mo ba be for me ne de efe ebe ye mo time na enumu na Chad womo transitional president Mahamat Idris Deby wono so abem ene asojafo ya womoto aban agwe womo kandifo womne no ababehia ya Yera Bazoum eka ho bienu akwese na sanhyiamu no ekoso a ne nyina wotu saa na mo no sane ebeya wombetimi ahwe aka asem no di yi atoye na ankwankofo oyene ama meto ne jeman no eso ebusua kase bono esi ensama etodwa na edimo akoten ebini se enura kwan ebieye ema oman so afo hwesikasam ene ho totoye so ede media budget review ho amane bo ekoto mrashebedwa enim sanso ena Accra High Court ashe Kane Chief Executive Officer na Oda Microfinance and Small Loan Center no Maslog yama misedinam Tamaklo atuno ena Kane Operations Manager no Oda Maslog Korea ano Daniel Axim se womo mrai na so bo ahodo yede abo mo efa womo dwumadi ahodo ho no womo fa anuye esefata emeto court no enim Midei ede mame biama kwafo mena metena se ede kaseboi ebremo yede aseda eni kabia Masiuzi Herbal Center won kofa baya wode CB men capsules CB women capsules CB soap wode aba CB men capsules ye memedro so nkwa bema untimi nwunso yodwuso ne biakem no ayase yo ya o chencheme ne ade a ma wonsanka bi ebeboa wo yie pa ama otimi adwonso atwedwonso mu feelings kama CB women capsules so eye ma edro so nkwa oba wo fichi ko honsem no aye bisi sa ayetroka oje ho anyi a ma wonsanka bi ebesa boa kra asiesi ahemfi ho no kama ede amaw CB soap de ye de pedicure papa etwi ye nantini obi a wonantia papa wonantia ye wirichire den bare wanhwe ye na blanket kra na ekwa akotete no aden ma wonsanka CB soap ebeyi ni nyina efo ma wonantia ye smooth kama wetimi de atochaw mu ama ya kono ba bia ye to nro bia okwa ubenya Suzie Ba Center wo nro bi ato upe bia to afre 0247 111671 and 0246 578750. Dependable Herbal Home ede adom kwai plus capsules and mixture aba yedi etu koko asese ne koko ni tie biara ebetu ase ama wade wo ho adom P away mixture ene ne capsules so obi a waposo no waposo etayo ya wachiri bremu usisi obi a hototuo ewo so no wadura ene adom P away mixture ene ne capsules adom malaka de yedi tu atu di yare malaria asekra ama malaria afri so akwachichichichi baby a yeton rubia okwa ubenye bi ato upe bi eto ato afre 0242 223 555 JA Buying Company Limited won any kofa buy ya ode buying stain remover any new buying 20 disinfectant ya say ama yemfie mu ati se wine ama baby ada ho no mo anketenkete ya edi yenya ema yenyarewa hodo no yeto omu nyina ase e de free efie entimisrewa sa opese sa ahunidie ebi ekoso ufie dia bind stain remover me kanfo amount and a new bind 20 disinfectants so me kanfo ede amount water closet mu water house wash basins mu anasa terrazzo floor and a use a fa bi paper ho nyina ebekum sam wa mo nyina efi ho no mo ama efi ho no mo atenwan ewie nso a eja enkahwehwehwam ama efi ho no mo tena aya kono upe bi ato a Melcom China Mall Shoprite Game Dream Bell and emeye enka yo pebie to 0243 104883 and that's 0541 808 096 Kivo hot pepper moko show ankasapa moko a eya nanso ede enti usom se wudi a unya ndi de biara da Kivo hot pepper eno no we already made moko a ya hye na kama ano eya pepper te se original moko no a enti we ya hata ene ya yam no muhumuhumu de amawa ebema wade ye ewo fie aduane ye mu no etimi aya ho hare so pa enti di aduane na wo ye fro ye nkwan sheto diempo noodles ena woya mesrewa ma wonsanka Kivo hot pepper na ebeboa woyie ate brebebre eso ede amaw anti choba afo mo amonu anuane se onu aduane esi kwan ho se onu aduane osuku bi mu onu aduane kwa adwuma bi mu wo ye operate restaurant ma wonsa enka Kivo hot pepper mokoshiw ebeboa pa Levels natural capsules so eye ememedro sonko aboa mema pa ema wo mema yono esipi esita ewo dem bema sebe wo premature ejaculation bema wo sexual weakness bema usisi etayo ya ne obanyina usisi etayo ya no ebeboa pa amotimi agina wonan so be pejawo edo akọ a whole new level ama wanka so hu say yes wugina wonan so esan so ye pa ema titru ne oba watenka ewo mpem atekono ma wonsanka Levels natural capsules ibi na ebetimi aboawo baby a yeto nrobia okwa obenye bi ato upe bi ato akọ Repatch Ventures wo kanshi na Colina Herbal so ewo kumase obetimi afre won 0599 056 033 na 0599 670 402 Onga soya bean protein chunks we nso so eka mamas happy hand debusuan ho a foforo kra ya yede aba edwam menua ebeyi stress nyina e de afri honom protein wom omega 3 iron and afin so science so cholesterol free de wohia ne se obesoki ne kakra bi na wache enti froye na wo ya na de bia gum jollof na wo ya na de bia gum fried rice na de bia gum noodles na de bia gum kama mane wia ye de ne maye ni kanso so eno ane se obesoki ne keto bi na wache FD aginkratoi atomo ye was this way chocolate drink anopai de ohia so hie nwuma ko ya daroma na water yachi ma ye de kaseboi ebremo yadamu nyina ase amamomo enitie.
Welcome to Tuesday morning.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Utie oha echi ponkno Needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized.
feel different, think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Udan kanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura dia ka ho. Uhwe dia wapi ho. Ukasa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a pair, Baba Warrior.
Aso,
ye fear said this way chocolate drink, your sorry, no pan on the enum. Ye bishop free genome no snack. Ye nya ho who I don't yet serve womo. Ye did really a pebibia bog we had yasua. This way chocolate drink in the enum. And at this one, what's yanua? Has it a wom, cocoa wom, brick wom, bibia wom, I don't hear any social.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any social.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to a to say a ye.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie. All the sampa Kassia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya sa Kassia Waye Onye Yimu Nukratrodo Kamagine Kamadini Bo Nita Fair Mayentie Kassia Waji 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe
Adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM. Ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana Muntie adwumadie so eye neat.
we are determined to continue down that path. Mr. Speaker, when I presented the 2023 budget in November last year, I indicated that I will pursue major fiscal and monetary policy measures within the framework of the PCPEC. Our coordinated response to the macro-fiscal challenges, which His Excellency the President charged us to develop in March 2022 before going to the IMF, that's the PCPEC. As a first step towards fulfilling this objective, Parliament passed the revenue and expenditure measures as well as several other macro-critical economic policies we presented in the 2022 budget, and we are grateful for that. Along these lines, we also needed to create additional fiscal space by negotiating an International Monetary Fund program, 2, concluding a debt operations program, and 3, attracting significant investments, especially green investments, for a vibrant growth strategy. Mr. Speaker, I can now report that we have been diligent and resolute in implementing these measures and successfully negotiated the $3 billion US 3-year IMF ECF program, which was approved on 17th May 2023 to support the implementation of our PCPEC. Concluded on February 14th, the initial part of the debt operations, of which the domestic debt exchange program. Developed a framework for the V20 Climate Prosperity Plan to attract climate investments from the private sector, and initiated the Mutual Prosperity Dialogue to crowd in domestic and external private investments to underpin our growth strategy. These achievements have been with the support and commitment of this august House and the Ghanaian people. It demonstrates that when we speak with one voice, we can achieve what we set our minds to do. Genesis 11:6, if as one people speaking the same language, we have begun to do this, then nothing we plan to do will be impossible for us. Right Honorable Speaker, accordingly, His Excellency President Akufo-Addo has asked that I convey his profound gratitude to this House for passing all the revenue bills as well as expenditure measures. Indeed, our sincere gratitude also goes to all investors, financial institutions, and bondholders for the sacrifice, support, and forbearance in this difficult period of our country's economic history. We appreciate your contribution towards turning the corner and commitment to partner us in transforming the economy. We must also extend our appreciation to the IMF, the World Bank, and other development partners, as well as the G7 and G20 members who have stood so strongly with us. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of the year, we continue making progress to exceed our non-oil revenue targets for the year. We have seen improvements in non-oil tax revenue collection despite some notable shortfalls in VAT. However, oil revenues are falling short of expectations due to changes in global prices. We will therefore undertake a downward review of the oil-related revenue as well as the corresponding expenditures to align with the underperformance of some of our revenue handles. Specifically, this will impact the annual budget funding amount. Mr. Speaker, in view of the reasons outlined above, as well as the lower domestic interest payment and amortization following the completion of a part of the DDEP and the reduction in the foreign finance capex, the appropriation has been revised from Ghana cedis 227.7 billion as presented and approved in November 2022 to 206.0 billion Ghana cedis. This is in line with Regulation 24, Sub-Regulation 3 of Public Financial Management Act Regulation 2019, LI 2378. Mr. Speaker, we will therefore not require a supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, government is, however, committed to pursuing a robust growth strategy within the limited fiscal space and our fiscal consolidation program. This will be done by attracting domestic and foreign private sector investment and expanding production, which will be encouraged and stimulated by government policies and agencies. government's mutual prosperity dialogue with the private sector will seek to facilitate the ease of doing business in order to crowd in private, domestic, and foreign investments. Mr. Speaker, security continues to be a priority of government. The United Nations recently reported that over 1,800 terrorist attacks resulting in nearly 4,600 deaths were recorded in our West Africa region in the first 6 months of this year. Due to this instability, among others, increasing numbers of West African citizens are seeking refuge in our country. This has required a review of our security expenditures within the limited fiscal space. Mr. Speaker, this 2023 mid-year fiscal policy review will therefore provide an update on economic performance for the first half year of 2023 and outlook for the rest of the year. Provide an update on the implementation of the IMF-supported PC-PEG, including update on structural reforms and the progress towards achieving the quantitative performance criteria and indicative targets. Provide an update on the debt restructuring program, present a revised 2023 fiscal framework which aligns with the IMF-supported PC-PEG, and outline government's growth strategy to drive the recovery process. I will now proceed to update the House on the macro-fiscal performance of the economy since 2022. Mr. Speaker, as we usually do, the 2023 budget was presented in November 2022 using end September 2022 data. We now have end December 2022 data, which indicates that overall real GDP growth was 3.1% compared to the revised target of 3.7%. Non-oil real GDP growth was 3.8% compared to the revised target of 4.3%. End December inflation rates of 54.1% compared to the projected 28.5%. Total revenue and grants for the period amounted to 96.7 billion, 15.8% of GDP, compared to the revised target of 96.84 billion, 16.4% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 165.1 billion Ghana cedis, 27% of GDP, against a revised target of 133.8 billion, 22.6% of GDP. Overall budget deficit on commitment basis was 11.8% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 6.3% of GDP. Primary balance on commitment basis was a deficit of 4.3% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 0.7% of GDP. On cash basis, the overall budget deficit was 10.7% of GDP, against a revised target of a deficit of 6.6% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis was a deficit of 3.2% of GDP, against a revised target of a surplus of 0.4% of GDP. And gross international reserves was equivalent to 2.7 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, with approval of Parliament, government set out to achieve the following key macroeconomic targets for 2023. Overall real GDP growth of 2.8%, non-oil real GDP growth of 3%, end December inflation rate of 18.9%, overall budget deficit of 5.9% of GDP on commitment basis, and 7.7% on cash basis. Primary balance commitment basis of a surplus of 0.7% of GDP and a deficit of 1.1% of GDP on cash basis, and gross international reserve to cover not less than 3.3 months of imports. As I've indicated, we have made significant progress on restoring macroeconomic stability, and the narrative is changing. The economy is showing signs of recovery, the exchange rate has stabilized, inflation has softened, and interest rates have declined since December 2022. Mr. Speaker, these outturns are the results of focused implementation of all the measures we presented in the 2023 budget and the positive sentiments arising from the progress of the IMF program, which I will now discuss. Mr. Speaker, towards addressing the macro-fiscal challenges the economy faced in 2022, government engaged the IMF to support the implementation of our PC-PEG program. On 17th May 2023, the Executive Board of the IMF approved a 36-month extended credit facility in an amount equivalent to SDR's $2.242 billion, approximately $3 billion. The program is anchored on government PC-PEG and designed to restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. It includes extensive reforms to strengthen resilience and lay the foundation for stronger and more inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, the program has been designed to address the key issues facing the economy through the following key priority targeted interventions. Large and front-loaded fiscal consolidation to bring public finances back on a sustainable path. The program envisages a cumulative fiscal adjustment of 5.1 percentage points of GDP over the program period 2023 to 2026, with a fiscal effort of 3.8 percentage points in 2023 alone. The primary deficit on commitment basis will be reduced from 4.3% of GDP in 2022 to 0.5% in 2023. The fiscal consolidation will be executed by both mobilizing more domestic revenue and improving efficiency of spending. 2, to protect the vulnerable through enhancement of existing social protection programs, including the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty (LEAP), National Health Insurance Scheme, the Capitation Grant, and the School Feeding Program. The 2023 budget, for example, doubled the benefits under the LEAP program as well as boosted the allocations to the School Feeding Program. 3, strong and ambitious structural reforms in tax policy, revenue administration, public financial management, financial sector, as well as strong measures to enhance revenue mobilization and address weaknesses in the energy and cocoa sectors. Both are critical to bring public finances back on sustainable path while creating fiscal space for critical development spending. 4, to bring inflation under control through prudent monetary policy, including appropriate monetary policy tightening and the elimination of monetary financing of the budget. Containing inflation pressures requires coordination between fiscal and monetary policies. 5, to rebuild international reserve buffers to 3 months of import by the end of the program. The Bank of Ghana is pursuing enhanced flexible exchange rate policies to help rebuild international reserves. 6, to restore sustainability and preserve financial stability following the domestic debt exchange program to support private investments and growth. And 7, to pursue reforms to encourage private investments, strengthen growth, and create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that our path towards securing an approved IMF-supported program has been characterized by speed and resoluteness. More specifically, the following key and significant milestones were accomplished. We achieved staff-level agreement in December 2022, 6 months after we formally requested for the IMF support to back up.
Raken of Foriata and Ryan 70 be ordered to Ja Brana Media. Fiscal policy review. Enumu and Inibini Abuamo and Opay. Ye Kosuana, ya baby Bobina Martin, 7 Senior City. But my meanwhile, Quabe Biomemra, Yanope Jumedia Sugana Montier. Ya can't go and Ebna, August Nide Dikain. Yeah, back call a internet and some way Diakotino Honor saying stories training on the various news online portals. Yeah, the best chassis. Yeah, Betty the Bonkrata, so anyone come on the front pages of the newspapers. Interviews are hold on. Yeah, the Bremo Sanso and I yeah, Conwa, paying for so better trans here, but for Brad now you do your discussion, Brad. So Wajinche and Koma who do it to John 0503721744. That's our WhatsApp line. I'll bet him the Ajinche no dia faso anopedia ba. Teach you and Koma ye dia. Efa no ho dia beboa pa. Efa mi kwesi aboagie. Me nam di dwumedi o chiame. Kwabena mafo so kame ho. Anope wo be kenkan eye de bonkrata no de amaye. Sanso na ye nsem bi asese wo chechie mu, obechechie mu kama de amaye. Mawakwaba. Edasi. Yeni so.
Esum se don't tell you dumaja. Esum gana munti adwumadi so. Eye neat.
No correct. So, yan chance I'm not see those stories trending on the various news online portals. Yan faster and from peacefmonline.com ni other major online portals now. We start off with stories on the fiscal policy review and the statement Finance Minister Emeki on the floor of Parliament. Media review stories no be brave efa. So we start off with that one. Then so government misses 2023 first half target rakes only 46% of projected 282 million Ghana cedis. Government has missed its first half target for the infamous electronic transaction levy e-levy by some 54% according to data from the 2023 media fiscal policy review. Finance Minister KO FIE in November 2022 projected or presenting the 2023 budget statement in Parliament as part of a 7-point agenda aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability and accelerating economic transformation, announced a reduction in the headline rate of the controversial electronic transfer levy to 1% from then 1.5%, an act that was expected to drive aggressive mobilization of domestic revenue. But data in the media budget review reviews the government raised only some 455,000. That's 455,579,222 Ghana cedis out of projected 982,849,212 Ghana cedis, representing some 46.35%.
Abusuafo ononyamfo kan wofori ata yesikasam so afo no wakase wase ade bi na yede ba ya na yefre ni se e-levy first half ne target ya wode si nani so se nko obetumi achieve no wantumi andru hu na ne data ya wagada ye eye media fiscal policy review nsem ya wakoka ye ononyamfo kan wofori ata kan nsem wo mrase be de fie eye budget review ya waka ho asem en wata sa aban wode eniema nso bi enesi neni so wo frɛ se 7-point agenda ya nana adwene ye no se sa aneoman ena de nsakra ye ba yesikasemu a ebetumi am wo man no agina ne naso na ebra wo bo niema se kira no ade ba ko ana wo ha wo ho controversial electronic transfer ye e-levy no 1% per 1.5% ena nanka ye expect si ebetumi enyanso yantumi endro ho na data no kura kire se sika yetumi nyaye 455,579,224 Ghana cedis eni yetumi nyaye wa bra na ne target yankasa de enka ye 982,849,212 Ghana cedis nti de enya ye kura sei ɛyɛ ɔhantem wadi esia aduanan nsia etire pɔ aduasa enum 46.35% pɛ ɛna yɛtumi nya yɛnuru baabi a.
All arrears owed school feeding caterers paid up to first term of 2023. The government has since 2016 added a total of 2,446 new public schools to the existing school under the Ghana School Feeding Program. The new addition of the schools has also pushed the beneficiaries from the 1,671,777 in 8,326 public schools in 2016 to 3,801,491 beneficiaries in 10,000 public basic schools by 2023. Similarly, government has also increased the cost per meal per child per day from 1 Ghana cedis to 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos for the 2023 academic year. The Minister for Finance, KO FIE, who disclosed this in his media budget review presentation Parliament Monday, July 31, said government has also settled all arrears owed to caterers under the program for the second and third terms of 2022 academic year and first term of 2023.
Abusiafo wononyamfo kan wofori ata yesika samso afo ono an wobu akontai wo se aban ye free 2016 day ba no school feeding no an wo de man kwada no schools wana omunya biye no wo de ebia ba beka ho de wo de abeka ho ye 2,446 schools foforo kura ya aban de ababeka ho a sansi sei ese school feeding program no a aban edebaaye no ase na eno ntenkodai na aban eni suade hunu ne se obema school nkwada ne nyina enya eduane edie ne sa wonti woni ya kasei beneficiaries wo mu enya ho mfaso no wa push die free baby ana ewo at the public basic schools ni bi kura ka ho e free 2016 wo adi ababa gina be to say 3,801,491 na sisie ya we push e free one no wadi ababa gina be say 10 million ni etire kura basic schools no sa na aban sika nso ane yade ma adesua ni bia baako eda baako no eya 1 Ghana cedis no aban sa pejam e de ko 1 cedi 20 pesos ya eya 2023 sika nkwada no wo mu ba bedie no enra wotre se aban yade aba ni school feeding program wa pushi kwa nim.
Ghana Cares About Tampa program on track, says Oforiatta. Finance Minister KO FIE had said that the Ghana Cares About Tampa program is on track. According to him, efforts toward promoting commercial agriculture, building technological capability, and advancing digitalization under the Ghana Cares program are on track. Last year, the Finance Minister indicated that government is spearheading the Economic Enclaves Project EEP to establish growth poles in key locations including Kusanya, that's Kasunya in Greater Accra, Kumeu Ashanti, and Banda Oti region. The approach under the EEP is to provide agricultural infrastructure and land development support to our entrepreneurial youth and the formal private sector to enhance production and value addition in the enclaves. Mr. KO FIE said the provision of ancillary services such as housing, training facilities, irrigation canals, farm roads, and electricity have also commenced.
Abusuafo no nyamfo kan ofori ata no wakase wose aban ni di program bi ba ya ne yefre no Ghana Cares About Tampa na sa Ghana Cares About Tampa no wo mu atuhu anamo wa se emia wodo a wode wani akyere se yebema mpuntu aba ho ebi akuaye agriculture ena nsakraya eba no adansi in building technological capability afi digitalization ya nso eno nso ka ho enti afi etemu no finance minister credit to just say abundance se bi ba ya your friend say economic enclaves project EEP ya sa de say eno na wode ba ba ye nyina so kase pa ebetumi apushi emebunu ne entrepreneurs no akwa anim enti womu ayɛ so womu bɛsa ase wo Kasunya ɛno wɔ Greater Accra ɛna Kumawu ɛno wɔ Asante ɛna Banda ɛwɔ Oti region na Sanchez yɛ abade ba yɛsei wɔkyɛ sɛ wɔbɛma nneɛma ɛbɛboa ekuyadwuma agriculture infrastructure na ɛde mpuntuo soronko nso de bɛbrɛ titiriw mmabunu yi a wɔpɛ sɛ wɔde wɔn ho ɛhyɛ saa dwumadie mu ɛwɔ a former private sector na ononyamfoɔ kyerɛ sɛ Sanchez wɔ yi a wɔde aba no ebetumi aboa pa na pagya nneɛma bi ɛte sɛ ba no wadansie mu yɛkɔ akɔgye nteteɛ training facilities afei nneɛma a yɛde boa yɛn mfudeɛ irrigation canals akwan yɛ de kɔ yɛn mfuo mu farm roads ɛna electricity ebetumi aboa na yɛnya enyinam nso ɛno nso ɛka ho bi.
Well,
Ade we de. Me dem po abakwasindi we no de pa no opese wo kyere de na opese wo ye.
Say a budget ni mu no. COVID-19 ba ye ni wo hire de bre no. Na ba no so otwa sika ba say 100 billion Ghana cedis. Na wo mo de be so ye mabunu no ase wo mo de be boa Ghana for na ni nyina no etimi am yetimi afa ye ntuma pefra etimi egina na so isan say enyama COVID-19 ni do ha bebre di aba enti efa na agriculture kuaye adwuma ne account you kan Kasunya ofa Kumawu uko Banda oti honum say sha emie titu almost sha see a almost about 7,500 acres of rice farming in your kaka ho ache say omo hwe say amanfo be yakua no omo be bo mbe so masene in your account
sika say 100
billion Ghana cedis
100 billion Ghana cedis.
Yeah, I think so. That's
yes ade we
I think yes.
We obewie no yenko bise kuafo no ana mebunu no emia ahodo a wo boboi yenko bisa say bebunu ben na wa benefit afi saade we hu
say so far no
media over question to me no me hu ni say another create luton say
ubeka asa obatampa Ghana cares obatampa programming enu ansu mu na sa you start no you start ka ho say mabunu a one more pe bibia ya on person mo sha so far am say we in the presentation or see almost about is it 26,626 amount for Ghana for ofa mining nyina wo benya chese wo mu binum soft loans any managerial skills setting up of youth-led enterprises ni one more show businesses ase
hwan no mo a wo mu wo he kuro be so
nya Ghana
obakwasi Ghana de waka no watra oh yama mebunu eduonu ewo Greater Accra region omu wa beka Johnson ebi kura nye mpreko
but that data no
ebi dom ponche ebi yesei na won si yetumi aye but me saade we me
ena make say oko say ne dey go krata so there except maybe you want to see them nipa no jejanum say but I'm saying that Sanyama we are say National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program NEIP Ghana Enterprises Agency G and Kani National Board for Small Scale Innovation something MBSSI Ubekaya and then Sisi Omasisano to Ghana Enterprises Agency. I'm sure so what is one more Ediska, my man for more man for Sikani near Kaka, who say, one more financial business as it. Oh, okay. And Yama say, Unjin Dibisa.
There be because Sikanwa or Kano, any idea what Resi a day,
yeah.
At 100 billion Ghana cedis. It's Antina make us say
no say no misika we twa to honum sia say dwumadie na but it doesn't mean say be so far no
but we no be wan kuntabu be ya troka won say the one the papa bia ana mebunu just planting for food and jobs a slogan keke bi say kuafo no say sika bebre ba ya say no planting for food and jobs no kuafo dodo say na benefit
all right, let's get it on. 1.2 million visitors expected in 2023 and 150,000 jobs to be created in tourism sector, says Oforiata. Government has announced plans to work closely for the private sector to improve key tourist sites and event as part of the Beyond the Year of Return initiative. According to the Finance Minister, KO FIE, government has made considerable progress towards achieving 1.2 million visitors for 2023, with 150,000 jobs along the value chain and 2 million foreign visitors and 1.5 million in domestic tourism by 2025. Presenting the 2023 media budget review, Mr. FIE said that the move is part of measures to make tourism attractive in the country and generate more revenue for the country.
Ebusiafo abana dia tuja se wadensi sai to akwemu a one private sector sankrankra tumekuo ebeka bomu a emiamia wodo a yetumi kwa honom nsrahwe eya tourist site no womu betumi ayi improve no a ama atra beyond the year of return initiative no kura no a womu de baaye no ye betumi aduru ho kura ma no abroso na finance minister onyamfo kan wofori atatere se womu egusua so far they so good yetumi anya besa 1.2 million visitors ya no ye target ya yes in 2023 ya aside 1.2 million visitors ya yes ni mkwan no womu so ebenya aduma ye wom be to say 150,000 and e be create ama womu ya say ni say 2 million foreign visitors womu eframa no ne ebeba nsrahwe no ebe se 2 million ena ya ne nso aya wa ya domestic no nso be to say 1.5 million na ebra wode ensem ye tuja wo mrase de fie en wotre se we yansese ya aban de ato akwam a opeso oboa na nsrahwe etumi pagya kwa animu aside that nso ebetumi ama ye sika bebre na yedi egu ya futuo.
DDEP helped in addressing cash and other liquidity constraints, says Finance Minister. Finance Minister KO FIE has underscored the importance of the controversial domestic debt restructuring program DDEP. The minister says the program has provided the government with an increased fiscal flexibility. Delivering the 2023 media budget review in Parliament on Monday, July 31, KO FIE also said the DDEP has also helped the government address its cash and other liquidity constraints.
Abusiafo Finance Minister onyamfo kan wofori ata no wakase watira say domestic debt restructuring program na wade baaye no abo aban pa aban de ebeboa no na minister etire say saa de ya aban de baaye no aboa no ama ne sikasem sande na ho kire bi woso no sisi ade ne ho atumi ahare ne kakra ebra wade 2023 media budget review etuja ewo mrase de fie no en wotre say sanchi se no a aban de baaye no abo aban pa abo aban se ewiase de sa obi dwa wuo no na obi nkwan mu ayede.
We have stabilized exchange rates and inflation and other fiscal challenges, says FIE. The Minister of Finance, KO FIE, in his media budget review has indicated that the measures put in place by the government in attempt to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 and the current economic challenges have resulted in stabilizing fluctuating exchange rates, softened inflation, and brought down interest rates. The Finance Minister in his presentation attributed the achievement to ongoing fiscal adjustment implemented by the government.
Abusiafo no nyamfo kan wofori atenne obofo ne de ne nam ho apaso wonno wakase yi o wotra se measures aban de to akwan mu se enka COVID-19 hawe be ha yen no atire no ya na economy no ebre no sa measures no tumi aso aba ma se economy na sisi ade ejina bebi ejina wonum di exchange rate ya dollar ni sidia na etena bo so no sisi anso ano so aye kama enioma boa na kwosuru chin inflation no isi anu nso tina ba bia ya kama pa interest rate to kwa akwaje bosni ha eno so wo matumi aye ma eno so ono so aso de aban down aban down kura enti ajina
okay brought interest
brought down what about from enya na say ya na Bank of Ghana for Omo peja interest rate.
Omo policy rate, yeah.
Policy rate. What the bar down that way.
But in Pacho Bebre, I send you on my seat to me kind of send you sit here.
Okay.
Look, we're kind of rata. Stabilizing in a year exchange rate, and no near idea no. My dear Emra from.
Yeah.
Emra from, then yes, be a Jinana into when you young man say, Ma, and I saw I Diana. Oh, yeah, some more.
And I a be or cry or catch a near a be cry and yes, and yet true reflection. Our form interest rate, ya okay. A higher no of a question, what kind of mamma means to me say. Bank of Ghana cross was a peja, not the end of Cosro. Into what the bar from the bay. Inflation, ya, okay. And yan now sending answer yana statistical services for buy ya. What was inflation, Sir Cosro?
Yeah.
Into what's inflation, once stabilizing Wahimfa. Am I yes soft the bay? The awo country and yes, Annette, and yan no correct. Oh.
As I'm no credit and to say,
over question the awo can no. COVID-19 buy ye. What's you obia watching? There be a bank one and watching and kayan individual. Now, when the individual nipa brebre.
2022 was my most difficult year as finance minister, says Ken Ofori-Atta. The Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, says 2022 was his worst year as the manager of Ghana's public purse. Presenting the 2023 media budget review in Parliament on Monday, July 31, Mr. Ofori-Atta indicated that the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic posed a great challenge to him and the governing New Patriotic Party, forcing the government to run to the International Monetary Fund for respite.
Abusiafo no nyamfo kan Ofori-Atta no watre say afi bi esan ebra no ono anu wunye hia no pa sasoafo a wo sikasam so aya afi etem no 2022 esan say economy no ajinsem kura na 2023 media budget review odi tuja wo mra sebeje fie no anu watre so o enyo anu na ye bibie COVID-19 no ebaye no oh ebe ha no pa ne naban no enti eno kura na ka ho bie ema wo mutu mirika akodan International Monetary Fund or ye IMF no enya bete ya ma no e wo 2022 yeah 2022 there when nya no bete one san fan ka ho say ya bakosem ye nya finance minister o tese wo no da
That education, your bomber, your Ken Ofori-Atta, finance minister, was say afi 2022 dear, Anko Adumakunya Mechebesi, afi be a sign, 2022 dear, now a sign afipa, but Nine Mono, Obo Modia Jinan Naso, as finance minister, near hard drink, Accra, who say hard drink, say, or dear call ye IMF, because IMF. No, kasa pay mo akase enya dia ye beko because ye musu IMF wo musu pa as one mind say odo ho ba ko say IMF say yes ye remember do but ohu chiro say den kura ye proud nation eni ye ka ho enti esi etimi gina na so ya ye ko na ye turning niama around but ya fibie sign 2022 dear anko ye kura amfa ma no me pesem komenim.
2022 sika onyaye
pesem komenim
bra COVID-19
pesem komenim
ene asema a wo kan die na aye incompetent ni
me pesem komenim we have turned the corner. That's Ken Ofori-Atta. The finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta has revealed that Ghana is currently making modest gains in turning the economy around after experiencing severe economic hardship in 2022. During the 2023 media budget review presented in Parliament on July 31, Mr. Ofori-Atta highlighted that the government's plans and programs are starting to yield positive results. In his address, the finance minister urged the nation to acknowledge and appreciate the major milestones achieved in the past 3 years. Ken Ofori-Atta.
Abusiafo no nyamfo Ken Ofori-Atta ana wokase yi o. What say economy need so far asset kusibuafo beka se esidan koko sisi ade agina pa etete wasese corners ni nyina wie kama na ase de wasi asese corners ni nyina wie kama no na trese esi ne kwan so ano no yesi yedie kwan so nti yensa yetibio na senti a wo trere se yesi yedie kwan so yensa yetibio ne se 2022 aja wadwa o manimu yete papa sisi a yefrim enti abra wode 2023 media budget review akai ade tudwei ena wo trere plans a advice de gu akwamu a eso aba na ba eso no enya abaketwa enti wotidi se efri sabre ya kro wo sa past 3 years how are you famu a sabre de yesi yedie kwanse ye ne ye kro no.
Right, so enough of stories from Parliament on the media budget review. There are some other stories we want to touch on. In some of you honum say say abrobro bi so kama e dia mamweti for kakraka and also ehuhia bakuni about 70% of cases thrown out of court due to bad lawyering. Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu. The Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, says about 70% of cases that are thrown out of court are a result of bad lawyering. According to her, the legal profession is granular in nature and therefore demands a high level of diligence, competence, and integrity. She says the failure on the part of lawyers to follow rules of procedure and present the right weight of evidence and course of action has deprived many clients of justice. She believes that diligence and competence are necessary for good ethical conduct.
Abusia for Chief Justice Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu and what I say Uba court to a case bebraya womubo tugu no a lawyer for no or how no best or hantem word your song if a lawyer for no moko high woman and woman koya juma at the mamono bebre woman yet bad mpo enya papa womo enya papa na watra se wo sade ya temwo etuma ya nkasa esi atie no a ehia wo bia wo wonimtie wo san ebu no ho na wo san enim adwuma no ankasa eno wo kire no brofo se diligence, competence and integrity obi a wo bobe wo nanim watu na wata say a lawyer sini bi wo honum na so mu ba court a rules kura ni procedures ya eseso wo mu di wo mu asem kura afa so ma asem ni mu yetudi ma wo mu no na wode ne namba bi kura nti ne client no wanya atentene ne a wo pepe o na ejadem nti wagidi say wo kon high lawyer e de no akwa gina ma to charge wo a ese wo yi obi a wonim adwuma no ankasa oye competence ya wote adwuma no nso ase enye obi akeka no akofa no na de na koja ene asem ne yebebo ato agu.
All right, now you can about justice na Chief Justice bra na dwumedi a wokokasa wase no wosan e de ba akotu mu kwabena na eno nso enra na tese oko social media so Twitter titiu na enya asem ketwa na enino kakra wa hanum sei
has behaved in a certain way. We say we cannot call the person to the bar. I was surprised at the furor that rose up concerning the call to the bar of certain people, and I thought, like, seriously, this is proper conduct for the legal sector? That's interesting. Anyway, so for you to come into our space and to come into the space of the legal sector, your conduct cannot be obscene and offensive, and you expect that you'll be admitted. It doesn't work like that.
Well, in some of us watching and say, Nancy Mua no Babato just said, a rababi, I watch on so here, law school. Now we're passing in Nankesia, your best friend, and I call to the bar, send your mechano. Na, you say, Nini, and Suban be any a lawyer for suban enko enunti yam frɛ no ebeye enkomodie bebre mi so be ka bem say friends elom yes bem say the social media am a governor so be ka say governor say dey in the ka ho ebeye enkomodie bebre enana get to talk on that Chief Justice Helediship or kan wasem na wo chichim say wo pese obeye lawyer dia wo suban dia say otimi danadi one that says suban dia na lie correct enya dia obetimi aba be lawyer ano o chichim kakra
ono an kasanso as Chief Justice no tamwa former President Mahama Boni di introduce no said ye oye nanim
yanhwe can we asem nansana yanhwe because we are na first of all no, but let's stick to the issue. Let's stick to the issue. The reason why I don't want you to go there is that listen, camera ejuma anyhow and city and I don't even know why people are interpreting that one as say bia I say nenim say we see you don't even know editing the camera near my so how do you saying but I'm saying that I don't want us to mix the issue. That is why I'm saying man say let's stick to Niaoka about a lawyer for Suban. I just want us to stay there. I don't want us to go into that conversation for now. You what you say?
Suban ni bino. Well, apart for Uranwa, woman friend uncle ban because of omode evidence bi ne niama or ye wo social media so. Because you can say that time na me kura de na me say enka me hu enfomso bi e wo eno ni nadwuma no ho but monso mo kyerɛkyerɛ mu ma yɛte ase sɛ omu wo code and conduct bi a ebata omadwuma no
Legal Profession Act in account but korama samba na me no ato aso enkomo we ye wie ye but the person call enra ensema aba beto dwa that the fiscal policy review the economy media review enra yani honorable Richard Champon edi ho enkomo na no pe ye na nto aso na ye mwisa no orake no foriata ba ye nsema de beto dwa sen na ohunu honorable yada asimu akwa baba ni TFM so
just a minute
mpomwe
oh na we dey challenge I'm sure
yada asi yes ye ho ye papa si we bi se bi ye ho ye radio adarman kwane ahodin wo ho That's it. Well, so enra yedi nkomo anopa no bra na Rake no Ferrata Oba Parliament. What the nsema ba ba tudwa. As a member of the finance committee, chese ban finance ni economy nsema udi mu akotene pa no. Nsema ode ba tudwa no sign it o.
When mama sana na nchia epo. I'm saying something we cannot. No, I think come on. Everybody near my soul. I'm saying somebody carry no. The no one and say aside them because and no many can no buy. Or no have a catcher and yet target or no such a man of him. And yeah, the obit to them. I achieve that target. And the revenue. How project is in can half year no. The baby is 64,719 billion. We are not so much in any other channel. Name of the similar here. I 59.3 billion. It is from the one. And from the one born, what I tell you, 1 more of the money, and 2 years of it in 1 year. I don't know about the very reason. I will document who can keep 51 now. Or see the time I went to me. It's not part of the general. More important to know a contraction of import. That's never the black amount with me import or no. Comment in there, I import. That's my value to make a home. Any other taxes there. I said, amount for Tiano. I want to make your tax. Not quite a day business. I want to know. So I'm not trouble. I'm not a funny member. For we are not of a country. I'm not getting one of amount for things that you're being better than the floor, you're going to start with them. And nothing about me for to near my degree, ever man. And to say I'm important, I am on the summer saying for you. Mimi, I shall tomorrow, okay. When you look at it, you can very important my degree. I found the best Christmas, I brought all important you. But tomorrow, they said, taxes and a daughter. Other than I'm a COVID living one any other taxes. Environment you know conditions for business people to operate. It is how many times how about admit to say taxes no and import energy to and amount or revenue media. We understand we I thought that handles the media the performance no. Now if you hope amount for me import more goods. I mean import more goods. What they are taxes?
Empacho senya o si kan no ano na wo chire mu no dia na bia wo susu se bia ne performance ni nya nka bia nka otimi yi fi obeboa
that my verse no be yi fi ho no it process e complain
okay
e ka ho COVID-19 live you know that we nya so the factors no wo yi tax ni fi ho now, one of the GR reform, GR reform efficient. I'm very efficient. The GR is very efficient. Refund and a tax credit regime. No. And so efficient. Because check tax now, bro. So, let's have a founder to become money. Within 8 days, Mr. Kamsika. It is a local for your corner. Yakasa so the protocol. Me permit me sabe to me then. Me sabe to my Kano. Because custom for no. Almost yeah, almost get the mom no. Further retention. Do to another general. And no or percentage was so everything on her. And today the no a cannot go to the green. No, not then. Act through. Me no can say, now the now father shows that. GM officers. Also, now I want our detect invoices. I want more any other shows. Look at you and say, efficient. And my money is revenue degree. Say, efficient here. I don't know my giant exercise. Yes, you're not called for who move you. I'm not just who feel when you're Jumania. After Jumania, it is a one force to look lower. I don't know what I'm playing the public degree. No, I'm going to me them. I just said Jumania. Auditor General, in the report to move a lot of third charges and identify who. Attorney General, dear and among the two, so much 23 cents to come with, now revenue at the German. Political cases in Quan Attorney General, or interested. Dear, the revenue, ever brought minor, what dear and who here no. Their politics, I'll learn first to cap and some more minor. And the moment I young Attorney General. Many other actually. And this is some of the things out. Yet come out something about each one of my other one. Many a fortnight ago, here's a Jordan Mama. I will cut our send off. I buy a sick of work for. Now, the case I buy a democrat for. I buy funding in America for. Gamma force for the Mutter, your oil and your politics. Now, that cannot look correct. And no minutes are now paragraph 65 of the document. Minutes are not just say, a clear echo, a banner about the sister, the practice methodology no use to you. Not after the now binding is student FOB price, or they call gross FOB price. Not the cocoa, and the yet to come a brain. Not cocoa board. Overhead the first is now we are spending about 58.2% or just 35%. Now we are way now. I don't want to work in a person. Agile. Senior. What's the number for quoting the alcohol off? What the word told the cocoa 1,100 Ghana cedis. Yes, they have cocoa 800 Ghana cedis. Not the cocoa. Pianino out to Bodaneso. A pipe for the cocoa the first by the yet. Not be money 1,001. No, 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 I mean, I have a look at when before. So what give me a bonnet? But who know a woman to a creating to know? I motivating the panel. I'm a nice smuggle. It is a fair. A banana can just to all media review. No, I'm not working for a chat. 317. Number you see next FOB price. They said the amount they call ground FOB price. Mr. Hussein, when they are first to cocoa no produce revenue. And the poor man. And to cocoa and the sell 600,000 and 800,000 metric tons. And I can sell over. And no one began that 400 or 500,000. In the 200 metric tons, no dear, revenue never on Sanka. It is the action and inaction of this government, no. And the dear do be about this. You don't get a knee-jerk approach. It is a banner on the more about when you know. I may want to say, no, try I'm an here. Everybody turn more. The same document. When you talk about paragraph 246, Minister of the Culture says, non-performing loans are back. I moved from 14.1% to 18.7%. The attorney said, amount for Ejibusia, our banker, I want to meet here. It is a hotel. Yeah, now what economy we want to amount for Ejibusia multimedia. And it's a bank, every tax is a bank. Sorry, I'm not yet. There are 2 banks in this one. A month, cost of borrowing high. Then come to Quajet and Tikana or their business are overtaken on to Mintia. Now, the name of whom. Senipano, Ejibusia and Timentia. As a bank can make provision for it. It is a bank that will have profit 1 billion. I thought 800,000. That's here a kind of amount for Triano. Or Chadi against the profit in the year. And a bank tax is so Triano, whatever Jama bank. It took this hostile environment and my bank now. But then they didn't know. Tax is a so Jama bank and so on. As to better. It will actually any actions on now revenue. I told you banks no. The question was also what to mention here. That what to be done. The Bank of Ghana plan or since baby no. Or to a boca 60 billion. Find a money boca. A bank for Jibutia out to Bank of Ghana. Oh yes, what to mean here. It's my champion no more writing off. Bank of Ghana pray I will say other financial institutions. Because of bad corporate governance. And then it's an application of funds. And it's what collapsed banks or no. Now, one person who work any bad corporate governance, and who part of Ghana, any government, any other thing. I think people put the good amount for bank, no. If you are not too away. And to minister, finance minister, any government, we are there for money. If you know better, meaning I know. The camera is there. All the self targets, about 99% of them, no one to be achieved. And you already say, by the end of the year, about the revenue in sentiment, based on revenue generation, and then the more capital market, I could probably see because cash flow, and a month for the show. So I would say, a core way and a man way, corporate Ghana, the Bobo Busia. He kept saying, and no matter my generation, it don't make me Jessica. Now, what will happen to me? Yeah, what about Bosnia? And then a month for the starting a pushing agenda, say, yes, to me, Mabusia, dear, yeah, my tax exemption, and from my private company. We're not going to come on to me, tax exemption, I'll come after. If you know, I'm here with the position of this government. Why am I also mismanaging this economy? And maybe your debt, I could do. No, debt, I could do 575 billion.
Yeah.
Ghana cedis.
But you know, say, what China say, COVID-19, also the ahochre, a kahuna, yakwakopi, in fact, ma even IMF Ukrano, ya dear home, Asanko Shimubiumi.
I don't know for the young person, because
is it because Moon Petier? Because that's the fact.
Is it only the factors? Am I who call our Opinion.
Yes, sir.
And no one a man call we here, Mono. And no, Micasiro. About the midterm, 339 million. So the Cotic Cathedral, I could tell me I'm running that honor. Now, the Ajuma Foka, ultimate Jessicano, not for the Mukaba 390 million. It's potential of managing your resources. I don't know Ukraine, Russia, war, obey. If I cover the home bank. Some expenditures are we here. I'm from Puntu Biaman, and if I cover the home bank. I don't know, I'm just not getting food on to. You don't get a fact. COVID any effect our so. Russia, Ukraine, any effect. Now, also, and I'm not going to you know. I'm one, and you do a bit. I'm not about the onion food on to. And I saw me came in and I'm
well, I mean, it's a Ghana for TNT, but so any positive thing be so far, maybe I'm not buying it too because, for instance, you or say Ghana cares about Tampai, ego so a man for a year, Mebuna, one more about woman, the finance minister talked about visitors, grandpa, one more Bomodian so bet me, a banster here, what my man saying 150,000 jobs on the tourism sector, no more creating any positive ABR.
I still can and I know yet. We will. Actually, I know him. You start to account once them. About 250,000 I'm register online. About 26,000. I'm a processor. To me, can say, yeah, money come back, couldn't pay me, and I'm from the answer. Even charging and I see the speech on fire, you man. Oh, we tell I, but review. And it's not for too much, any direct impression on the lives of the people. I can make 26,000 hour process your money. I want 1,000 there. You support 2 more. 6 months in it. Also, support 2 there. Do you start to know? I know that I can't 1 billion now. I look at tomorrow. They put to answer our hand. I'm not catching a government appointee. Yeah, 2 be I get you 30%.
In fact, sir, one crash or see appropriation crown will review. 227 billion crown or so be or 206 billion. So is that not something worth commending? Say bebo abana basu ya come abosika sika ye be dinu crown because onim say ahochira ba ntino at least yet so by about some 20 billion a year.
And system now for so am so and you will now for so you can't spend what you don't have. Rather than one time, why not spend it? You can't know where you spend it. So you can't spend. If you need to and that so environment, you know, and not put pressure on him to revise it downwards. But see, I'll catch you say, government appointees, yeah, to market of 30%. Central state, our fast also, or more contribute to or more allowance 20%.
Yeah.
I full coupon. Or me, yes, sir, or me reduce no. Foreign travels, or me to. And then I meet there is you, no means I can't say. 2 years. 6 months, you know, this the savings we made so far. What do you can want? I thought some Kenyan and I got a crap. I would have got Ghana for. Because what's the more as what the catcher said, I buy a prudent, I buy the 6 animal, you know. We've met this service. I want to remember Ghana for say, this government needs business. When you know, it's a catcher, I would say, I buy no, when you're ready, say Obama or man Akoso. The catcher would say, we feel some stability. We do not engineer. The China says, yeah, I'm a city in Nigeria. We did not focus. Oh, yeah, just restructuring. What can I say? And can this year expenditure over year in terms of interest payment alone? I have about 38.5 billion interest number to you. Half year. Many can say because I was spending payment of principal and interest, only 50 billion. It is certainly not the other percent on the dollar. Because you need more CDs to buy the dollar. I cannot also work pressure that won't be. It's the price I want to do. Now, some of us are say would hear the principal and interest, I want to be a pressure, not be free about. It's clearly. Yeah, 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 Abanya magic dia and a ma accelerate Najina. Abanya magic dia and a meal stability. And then I can put it up to 42%. And then I can the group. Sabana at the Papa Vidia. Group no or targeted 2.8 to know. What is about 1.5? So a number of the key up. Never a year. And then I will reverse it will grow from the downward. But you know, I know it's speaking to you, sir. I never employee a form and yet. That's the bottom line.
I see. Well, you'd be see, I say, now you're sure, sir, and come on the doors, you to me, Nina. Niaka, she ever sound baby, no, no, we are not trust. You mean, sure, no pay honorable, champion.
Pasadena media. It's media, the American say, Coco, forward a very one insurance clinic, or so you would you, or domestic at the moment. Nti de ewura jomama se okọ bank sa ko mo ba ye na ne omo akasa ho se sa kokokuafo no ebere na ye do sika ebe mo.
That's Honorable Richard Champon, member of the Finance Committee, or Mrashebi Jim, Bia East, Mrashebi Jenny, and pay need 100.9 Ghana Munti, so no as you go a customer be a dununa, no watch abo, and fiscal policy review, so fiscal policy review, media review, and course, Mrashebi Jim. That's the Finance Minister KO FIE and come on to be on pay. Wajin 0503721744. Feel free na fire wajin cheno Fabra na yankin kan bi fama mo etie for
100.9 FM.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie. All the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamonsa Amaya se Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamadime Kamadine Bo Nita Fe Mumayentie Kasia Waji 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe
Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suni Kora Yankwe anima na Yantuaso na I think that story trending on the various news online portals and said we na ba kubi wa hanum say before ye beba negu tokonu Chief Justice asem in commotion na ye kwesa interview about nyokan say o pese ye lawyer need dia ho emra ne nsise suban bi ho no ese o de na di one na say suban na dia ontimi ma me ye lawyer and you wait me a tron show he no be pass but and no subet me fail suban be fail
But question once ya omo start school no na omo chere wonum say obetumi aba school no but say suban bi social media so
na kan say anyama no
mo chere ni na
say mra kra legal profession art ni sa anyama no and I go law school na kra so I say anyama ho no say bi I saw we
yeah. But I say as time goes on now, we more trade no.
Yeah.
Mutume at the kai woman. Say mama mu wure mfi ho say ye wo nsese bia e bata ye duma no ho. Nti say wan hye wo yie na wo wie school kura na sesa neoma no kutia wo a ye ntumi ndi wontum.
Sa.
Nti as time wo mu guso kire wo mu ade no a. Omo remind wo mu Eniama we wo social media so ye we wo fie baabia because art so mo profession no eya sononko free other professions ni nyina ho eno na maame ne ka say integrity competence and dear na bata eduma no ho enu nti asase wo mo hold no in high esteem
yeah
no correct
no correct na baako ana am say eno nso edemu a IT for bia quickly apese hu no CTAG declares or CTAG declares strike effective Tuesday, that's today August 1 over non-payment of arrears. That's the College of Education Teachers Association of Ghana, CTAG or CTAG has withdrawn teaching and other related services effective Tuesday, that's today August 1 2023. The association explained that the action follows failure by the employer to comply with the arbitral award orders issued by the National Labour Commission NLC on 2nd May 2023. Kora?
Abusiafo de overkwesi boss wey nso ya de na etegu wo internet no so woni bia yɛfrɛ wonum sitag na saa sitag no wotwa ne tiawa ɛna yɛfrɛ ne saa na mmom ne tenten soɔ no ɛyɛ Colleges of Education Teachers Association of Ghana teacherfoɔ a wɔn kyerɛ adeɛ wɔ Colleges of Education wɔ Ghana ha nyinaa na wɔn kyerɛ sɛ ɛnɛ ɛyɛ dabenada August da edi kan wɔn nkɔ adwuma na association no ɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔn akɔsi nkonnwa wɔn toatoa adwene ɛfrɛ ne sɛ Arbitral Award wɔdɛse a wɔn de ma National Labour Commission no ankwa nkosi aga May da ɛtɔ so mmienu na saa nkitahodie no anso aba ɛno na nam so ɛma wɔn ate etua nti ɛnɛ Colleges of Education ni nyinaa teachers ni nyinaa wɔn ate etua.
Well, so and also enkomo a yebedi anope, but the enkomo no so still are we on the fiscal policy review and media review in sema course from Rashebe Jim Ghana anope ye din komo Professor Godfred Buckman economist professor of finance ye nin komo na enyin chechiemu and sema aye orake no for finance minister de betu dwe send no hunu prof ya dasemo akwa baba ni TFM so anope.
But good morning and good morning to
Chief Ojo Super Papa. Finance Minister Orake no Furiata na what the fiscal policy review no the ababa 2 year nyina yenim. Prof utie so far near bia working kind we initial comment on the entire review baby a Ghana and MCC and say.
I think my conclusion is that the country is going through a lot. OSHA 8 months ago, the posture of government, Abraham Mupako presented 2023 budget in November 2022. Now, government is very optimistic, say, they will turn things around quickly. So much to the extent, say, no, monsieur, inflation say the better from up to 18.9%. That was inflation. No, monsieur, the economy will grow by 2.8%. I mean, we were very optimistic. But what do we see? 8 months down the line, you are for parliament and you are revising all those targets and say, yentimi achieving because after that, the measures are binding in place now. They are doing. Inflation has slowed down, but we can't achieve the target that is set here for ourselves. End of December 2023. So we have had to revise the basic target upward to more than 30%. OSHA GDP growth. GDP growth now buying say the economy will grow by 2.8% 2023. In the revised, yes, see, after the economy will grow at 1.5%. All right.
Prof, I say, John, and correct me if I'm wrong here. Because reading about say IF projected figure for Ghana, GDP growth, I think it was 1.6, maybe
1.5.
Almost somebody under 1.5.
Yeah, so we have gone back to the IMF's projection for the country.
Okay.
Now, it is because the fiscal consolidation measures, I subject taxes. Yedi egu yeguso. Ni other measures ye go through and son of my be ya. A bibeka focus sell out a diana. And then your two pure water road, a things will get a little worse before they improve. Because the fiscal consolidation measures will take a bite on all of it. And until growth now is being revised downwards from 2.8% to 1.5%. Of course, we knew that from the IMF program. Now, growth from And no will say that is not a signal to you say your economy no and of course in the midst of all of this, yet relative stability be kakra. Also because of the IMF program, this $600 million a buy. You must say, see there was room, but a stable kakra. Now, stability now, say, why interpreting here? Ubetimi can say, the worst moment is over. Abia, and now person compare who to Abia, Elijah, or fire, and who said, cloud can crazy. And no conclude said, that is it. Konakokacha Ahab. The issue ever. But it happened because he was in tune with God. But this is a different thing. But who share there now means stability now or city is because you are suspending Inyama Bidria. If we were to do all of them, you will not see the kind of stability as
and says your boss say, and says me and GB Brains is a finance minister now, Bano, yes, okay, and Niama year must stabilize it.
Minister, we want any buying with one of the big problems we have with them is that they are not realistic. I say, I don't know how to put it, real cry. Meanwhile, it doesn't reflect the reality. And only a friend in finance and not economy, your friend says, oh yeah, bullish. Just say you are aggressively confident, but it doesn't reflect the reality. Because you see, we are not making payments on our external debt. We have suspended coupon payment.
Yeah.
Domestic arrears to contractors. We are not paying. Arrears to independent power producers. We are not paying. Apart from that, even domestic debt to some bondholders, pensioners have to pick it. Individual bondholders association have to threaten picketing. Now government is paying attention to that.
Cocoa bills.
Now the other. Master, as I'm American, say, oh, sir, recovery, it is coming at a great cost to all of us. It is into when you are dear, Bible country. Dear. People are paying heavy price for the limited recovery and access stability. My memory example. In the history of this country, look at the balance sheet of Bank of Ghana.
About losses over, I think it's over 60 billion Ghana cedis.
Bank of Ghana is worth practically nothing right now. This is the nation's bank or central bank.
And but your Mukakro, sir, report never told you. Does that mean say CCR no say Bank of Ghana bet me be just one print sika for Frana?
They don't have money. Central bank won't. Any institutional, you find your politics so. Because banks now they all run to the central bank. That is why we say it's the bank of last resort. Everyone say bank if you are Ghana and say liquidity problem, they run to the central bank for bailout.
Yeah.
But right now, the central bank itself needs a bailout. Maybe from a government that is already in a bailout arrangement with IMF.
Now, buying soon and Hochirini.
Yes. We have to show some remorse. We owe ourselves some level of apology.
I see a jitum say Nyama say.
Yeah. I don't know how to put it. Like we've messed up. We've messed up our national institution like Bank of Ghana. And the Bank of Ghana, omu equity is hugely negative. Think a private bank and the Bank of Ghana be back to revoke our license.
Come back or tum sisia.
Come back tum. But I say central banking. I want to say they are eating. It's because measures I also go through. IMF and so I'm blessing account. It's taking a toll on all of us, individuals who have had their bonds restructured, pensions, banks, even the central bank is not spared.
My auntie Asia Kakreti for Muti. So, Zena, Aquacoyesi, I'm a Bank of Ghana, could do be Biomu Edri.
If we say you can say a crucial economy now, we can divide it into two. You have fiscal side, and none of politicians know a war in charge about taxes, near expenditure.
Yeah.
And you largely you want monetary side, and the central bank, omo in charge.
Yeah, Bank of Ghana, no.
Bank of Ghana. Now, normally, no. The fiscal no omo managing the year a creative problem ma central bank of Ghana. Until for the last 3.5 years, the piano can say a choir are buying equity. The way government is spending, yes, the entire buying from the 2nd to the 3rd quarter of 2021, and you start here can say, see Ghana equity. And I think you are buying air spending. The young year we are heading dangerously. And you can say, in fact, actually, the last quarter of 2021, you can say, senior Ghana Aircon, there was a buying core IMF intention. Young contempt,
but I mean, a binding church, and even though COVID-19 be en fie be miensani but effect soon so no in Tibia was spending the account is because of COVID-19 the pandemic any how idea brain na me akodu be edu
senkaye na COVID no Ghana hankwa ni sie ukebeti afi COVID no ha oman bia on ya mechem
yeah
ha oman bia. And also, you can say a pandemic. But the impact no differences. I say, you perform from the same company. So we are more need to
sure.
And everyone say, you perform need to you tiamu inaka. Baku do also say, Ojina ketia, Busuma ketia, no I got 2 parties. On ya metem. No, dini na. But also the original picture, me share that here. Me see can be maybe 55%. Now me the 30% had to hope higher savings. See me be your chinebi. Se bibi business and need FM card on to need me car. Me koye di de wa bonten. And now so obi plan no obi so plan say me de me na me di am go to party me ni madam fufu. I mean, I'll live a lifestyle. I mean, and now one day be or how to buy it. Be a name we need FM and Katankasa, but it be or how to buy my anymore. And therefore revenue and everything. So need to FM say, oh, you need to meet Chiamo Casney Chiamo. You see, I have two be a Casobesi be 40%, another 50%. Also, I want and over to the So you see relative marginality. You see marginal differences in countries. It's the same pandemic, but you're managing the affairs well. No, pandemic will be affecting them, but they are affecting them to say you are managing the affairs. This is what we are talking about. The pandemic never ban. Not gonna be a watch the end of that. Who the okay media review now? A binary say before pandemic, fiscal vulnerabilities were present. As a COVID by more underlying condition, they were more exposed.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. So countries that had underlying vulnerability, they were more exposed. So if you blame the whole thing on COVID, then it's just that you don't want to be responsible. You don't want to admit. You don't want to accept blame. You don't want to behave like an adult who wants to take responsibility that this thing, I am part of it. I will do. We can do differently. We can behave differently.
Enti me obi a ebia me park and kind prof to you. Na say bia ensema eye openi di tudwa ora no ferata. E di tudwa on behalf of our buying. And maybe just 3 of the paragraphs or say the pandemic affected very important economic variables. For example, interest rate hikes have reached their highest in over 3 decades and are well above the levels predicted by the majority of central banks that practice an inflation targeting regime. Higher interest rates or borrowing costs have always led to larger than expected interest rates, virtually leaving no fiscal space for government around the world to build buffers for any subsequent shocks. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has exacerbated the persistent effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on the global economy. In this regard, structural constraints within the global supply chain have contributed to record-level inflationary pressures and hampered the central bank's monetary policy investments. In the majority of emerging and developing economies, fiscal and banking sector risk are increasing. Mr. Speaker, this global backdrop and existing vulnerabilities have resulted in an unanticipated economic crisis for Ghana. The financial sector cleanup from 2017 to 2021 and the shortfall budgetary provisions from the energy sector have further contributed to Ghana's debt dynamics worsening beyond its organic growth. Niopeni kan ti making kaya obi a me park kan just say mama mfa we mfa nya asema na
Minister Nakno, we all identify with it. The same thing na ye kano. Pandemic na how be but how be no more saying it be no more. This is the point we are making.
Yeah.
We are saying that the pandemic affected everybody, but it affected some people more than others. And it's simply because they failed to manage their affairs prudently before the pandemic came. And even when the pandemic came, they actually abused the system. Master.
And Ghana, yeah, to enema ya abuse systems, ana ochreana.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is COVID-19 audit report. You saw it, right?
Basa Mpacho.
So we monetized the virus. Ghana took advantage of itself in the midst of the crisis. Sure, this has been our history. When the energy crisis started, 2012 to 2015, and you saw the way we managed the energy sector crisis, we took advantage of ourselves. We signed all kinds of power purchase agreements, all kinds of them.
Yeah.
The result of that today is the energy sector indebtedness. It's a black hole. And any time there crisis in our attempt to resolve it, you see our greed, you see our corruption, you see our wickedness.
And no man for the pesika. And no the bomb mine for the real mine.
Yes. And we are in this mess because of COVID. You know, we should be truthful to ourselves. Have we been able to account for all the COVID-19 funds? If you look at the banking sector cleanup, look at how much we spent at the end of the day to clean up the sector. Is that the most efficient way to go about this? We all agree, it's a pandemic. That's why we call it a pandemic. The impact is pervasive. You see, you die. Obi si ni die wo anwea so. Obi nso si ni die wo rock so. Issue toy no. What happened? Will you blame the rain or you blame the foundation you laid? You had a choice about the kind of foundation you laid. So when the wind blew, those who built their houses on the rock, the resilience was clear. Those who did the otherwise, it was also clear.
So finance minister I know nsem be say one mama meje supplementary budget say e bia ye cheche me kwa kosi say well my mama mebisa say me pe akohoma bosika ni bia ka ho sika bia mo dia mama in fact appropriation no kra no say wa revise no what so be by
moral right you have to ask for more taxes and more money. Are Ghanaians not overburdened too much? Are we not overburdened? Master, since COVID by Osho may areas in countries ban or mind to so the kind of taxes Ghana has introduced.
Do you say only moral rights? Bia say only who can crash your baby Ghana say yeah man can be in Ghana or introduce more taxes.
Master, we've had more than enough. Do you know something? We are getting to the point where people are getting fed up. Businesses are getting fed up. You talk to businesses. Say who import to be people memoir. Now we clear or porter. Massa, who dear taxes in Kwa?
Yeah.
And now we shop. Now we to idea. Which you can almost print receipt in Mawa. Who dear taxes in Kwa give more space. Say Nyama or toy and Ankasa. Who dear have a receipt? Because I didn't have a receipt.
Prof, may I show say bia ebi ni mo ha bi omuti beka say enkoma ye di na kwa say obroni kan all gloomy just akwa say bibi papa bia
all gloomy. The American say we have what we have inflicted on ourselves. Say antinasi and have proper national conversation. Yen share so we have corruption. Yan so we Yanye we ya. Near continue on this same pattern, we will be unique to expect a different outcome. We will be in time will be out. Oh my na. Fair, Mammy can't say it. Togo almost more important Yama. But see, I said Togo for importing Yama from outside. Baby, I Ghana so important Yama free. Na so mo clear omoniama na so mo kan sample mo de mo taxi ka kre guso a no mo export mo de bag na ha cheaper won ya me tell you say o betra Ghana ha imported it's because of taxes. Too many taxes and a year impo na taxes no ye gi impo na de ye niama ye fine. Majority of that is lost through corruption. Procurement infractions. Yes, building roads. Where are the roads? And also Cape Coast. Now what's in Accra? That will be all that you do for the day. Traffic better time now. One time I went to the central region to go and talk for 45 minutes. I spent almost 8 hours. Can you imagine?
To and fro.
Yes. I spent 8 hours just to go and talk for 45 minutes. Is that efficient? Is that the best use of my time? Is that the best use of your time? Uba or Wesley girls, not so Strano. That will be all that you do for the day.
Do you mean
you're burning on the road? With the wear and tear to your car. Meanwhile, your bubbles are where are the roads? The American only said, recovery, we are all optimistic. Say recovery, but it's going to be painful. And it's going to be slow. If you want to understand what Ghana has gone through, look at the balance sheet of the central bank. It's a reflection of the balance sheet of the households and private sector. Look at the haircut banks have had to take. We are thinking about concluding our restructuring of external debt. And Timasa, we support government that they want to make things better. We appreciate their desire to improve the living standards of Ghanaians. But the approach we have adopted is inflicting a lot more pain. Say, you do baby people will be exhausted. Thank you.
Prof, yes, that's Papa. That's Professor Godfred Bachman. economist and professor of finance and pay neat FM so no as you go ya oni edin komono na enkomo ya ene nsemi prof king one here and here teach you meaning say MPP ni a we fan say we no what time buying what time MPP ban nsem aka no well word to the wise is enough obefa na wetia ene ye ka say Bank of Ghana enye obi o mo an om the reporter ba to honum say omo de ka enra abeti na ye ka enra me ehia wa say me ka kire mo say Bank of Ghana omo didwa aboka omo akoton tomatoes moko anyo enchi omo akoton omo toye no menya mfaso omo de ka Bank of Ghana no omo de ka omo say omo like sika semsi ya bebi omja omo 60 billion Ghana cedis nti ene no so omo hia ska e de aye bibia this omo kono ko print and omo koton ye japade bi because liabilities no ebro omo assets so nti sisi ya Bank of Ghana pesika ada so ba koton ne japade ne assets bi nti nka se o ebia o sisi ya no te se wo a wo tie mi o ka no dosu ne etwon nti ebia o ka bi no te se okoton o ka no kra say asset go ka no kra how na bear liability adesu akra ma ana wasase bi eda baby a nka dachi osi okay umma this okoton sa asase no that's the situation say a commercial bank nte say bank for nkutu ebi na nka omo na omo omedu sa atibia na senior professor Bokpin kan no nka Bank of Ghana ba kotum ba we akwa Bank of Ghana Central Bank no I say referee butua referee chawa one mama referee no red card referee now no we chaw e wo park no so no one mama referee no red card
abakwesi atese wo hina watia park mu a wasenkasa awo no na ye ne a ye so ano a ye de ne na form no so ye nkasa yi nti abakwesi Central Bank na kire se esi ade ne last ya no wawie ase eka na bu no so nti obakwesi wonu mponie but obakwesi how did they arrive there utumi bisaye
na bisawo chechi
ani baby a wo maduru ne de ano ade
panti oka sisi atranhwo
atrapeto see atra be careful why you shalo yeye hey ani anu ade but over kwesi wonim say ye banks ni bi na banks ya ye collapse no na ani say ye the same asem atu wo mu na ye di collapse ni banks ya ye collapse ni ye the same asem a atu wo mu no ebi na atu Bank of Ghana nti eno nso ye betum
Prof can say be na yen bi say nyina ye ho o say ya kwan is de bi ya so okay this guy kwan enti CCR no memusa o kokuma ase a first ba na odi don hwere sen no etimi edukuma ase ufin kran no ana afikuma ase ba busa ho CCR pese o ko Cape Coast a na kwa akodi udwuma bi ho ha busa ho se first pa na odi don hwere ahe ba asesa na ufi se bi asesa another so tini etie no said that so tini etie no another say one kasa no wa obehu say yes ade ensheda ensesan bi asa yetia na te dada no
Saturday na we say o ko Cape Coast o ko hwe wo ba wo school bi wo Cape Coast na o ko dijuma wo Cape Coast na wo fa ekwan we so a ko Friday nyumre na ko da ho anya sa wa ubedru ka so an ho na traffic ne start and over kwesi as early as 5 na start one sha from a hokeke entam nkodru Cape Coast no wa ubehu ya ka won ti ase it is a wo experience na wo ba my goodness Saturday akwantuo was akwan so one sha from Ewutu Breku Johnson edibedru ka so an wo ho a time say obi a driver akokuma ase asaba back na wo da so dim waste of time energy fuel it's not easy. Papa no de any obrey okoma 45 minutes speech, but we best spend be 8 hours and san wakwaba.
Kwesiade ya etwe mu inam kopem ho asem anopa in fact me nhware kra na menyonku brabuo bi wone ne yire omienu na omfrɛ me na kwabra emse nka manfa ko na nka ye na omie MPP fo omienu na ni kunu no menene ko school me mate from secondary school sa Legon ni na konna sisia oye adwuma mining company bi penny our mining company no yere no omfrɛ me na edu brebi na hwan ka te na mesi me kasakra biom nti omfrɛ me kra am frɛ manfa me hey hey oh onya pipini na obo defense a ni abeka bia chese ohun sade no se nkrade na se wo se da bi nti sisi a enyina ye hwenu be fiisuo se kukuo mu omo ka kire ye o ba mba bedwom a omo se ade ne ye yo yate kukuo ubehia MPP ni obeka kukuo the same thing ti say na NDC foi eyo omo de ya omo ka saa so omo so ebre bi atwam kukuo mu obi obeka ade no nkoyi Ghana for chese ehse mo me ati ase ade no yes amanyosem no be you but so beka say okay well because ebeko go pa de eni enkokona pa say okay ade minim say enye ne amia no say amu gigire mu no kro mu kra no mu nya bi ndi o amu nya bibi di no amu te ase amu te ade na ase nti omunim say ade ndi bebi edu ndi enye o no beka kire say enye but amu nya hwi ndi unya hwi ndi
ho kire no
nia menum ye no how I femi how you na yenim se ne esi bre hey this ya uyi 1000 kwamna obo uyi 1000 Ghana cedis return
uyi an kwahio uyi 1000 Ghana na anya na da no make tell say madam fubi ono so this our MPP ni pocha blocks me wo no ofre me say minim ofre mpo na memfa nti me peki no so kwabena wunim malam baba fear God ena me so there be na me de en waso monya na advert na me se there be en wase ha nti me ka te ne na me sa ma me mfra ni bisa ni senti a ope malam ne number en wase ni nuanom besra no en na agene ye no se ni nuanom ne de na kwaduro so because of akwasi was 1000 Ghana se ni kotokuo mu a obekọ beba na asa enam so oda bi obi amfa wo nkwa aduro so o ye nyina the same thing sa wotena ase na wogine wo sika sam ho a ana of akwasi mama remfi se sisi anu nipa no ye more poorer egusu hia ye because ye purchasing power no a coffin.
Menya wafa. I didn't know frame wafa. I couldn't make a bako. Yenya bako MPP ni send message wafa kwesi. Menya wafa me kwesi. Wafa kwesi. President Kufuor has admitted severally that things are hard, but things will get better soon. Let all rally our support for him in prayers. We with the greatest of respect. The reason why now my opinion I can't
say.
My opinion about the so if you need some rally support.
Sisi ya can yan to baby away.
Yo,
Debbie one near Sembio.
Say, Musi, my opinion. Dada Mahama so person ba. Eya mubisa no mu say meti mo an people for mubisa say okay. Enfie 9 no ba be den. Enfie 9. Na enfie 9 no kra no mubisa obi so ba be den no man panyin aka ha mani
month no akọ.
See koto de no bodua won say ni pesiti. Eya na mu ka say yen rally support yen fan pai why fan bin. Me
was tired of empire.
Me
was empire.
Na me I told the me empire and cry me bo me hoya na me refi my bobo bia na. Na do do so hia me empire bo.
Debi. No kura woni mu.
Mu be say madaje na ma bo empire. O de mo empire ma no. Me mo empire mo bia. Me bo empire ma me ho.
Yes, Ewurade mfa me nkomfa me mra. Wa katua no ba bia ejina na ejina. Enioma nso bo kwa na ekoso nti sika na beka wonsa na asa.
Ya kan okure no pepe. O de osu ye pepini onti asia wa se me de no kure no na maka because NDC we omuntu ameka omfidi mi the same way MPP umfidi mi untu ameka adwuma me ye enu na fidi mi enti na me unhu se yi ubegya mi kogina minister bi aso mi kogina opani bi aso mi kogina so mia mi di mi nkui we se me hia we say me minister me begina aboboa no empo emu akra bibi me mfrɛ me nya me hia me hia obi bia politician. In fact papa cry from politician cry me pet. I don't like it. Me pet why there
Ghana Muntie all the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamonsa Amaya se Kasia Waye Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kagame Kamadini Bo Nita Fe Mumayentie Kasia Waji 100.9
Chief Justice, her ladyship, get you talk on say ene cases emu hanchi chembe ya son 70% of cases na ebia ekopie court na court aboegu court atogu. Inyina is because of a lawyer for woman adwuma wo munye ni yie bad lawyering. Eno na ye ni eyemrenim ni Marisampa ye adu agyenche kakra efi ne wonom say. Rampa ya da simu akwa baba ni TFM so.
But you so so share more with my phone and the phone on the page.
Na bako de.
I don't know if
so asema Chief Justice he can say ene ubano cases be o hanchiche meduoso which for me a does because 70% I was hoping say nkai bia nkai betani 30% mu na yetu egu 70% that means a lawyer for munya mo adwuma ye kra.
Oh, I think Chief Justice estimate what the mind no unless or backing with scientific evidence. I think the Chief Justice must come again because it will come 70%. What is the empirical evidence? They said then I'll conduct a sample basis. What I think is to me supported with scientific evidence, case by case. What case is the Chief Justice talking about? Is it all the cases in the Supreme Court and now cases nationwide? Until it comes to justify the scientific basis, some of us will look at ABI or he was trying to bring some form of estimate. But the reality of the matter is that he's trying to drum home a very important message. Say, lawyer, it can be. Whether we lose a case, I don't really know. When you're lawyer papa, you can't lawyer papa, and you're lawyer nimra. But lawyer, or say, or you're committed to your case, or you're honest. That is about to once, I have proper research. Now, we to make our cases. So, you know, what the teacher is trying to say is that a lot of cases at times, we are lawyers contributing factor. Now the empty man about the side say, this is a more brimmy, and I pay you tia, more brimmy. Yedi kai. Ghana for lawyers. Buy a breno. Oh, yes, yeah. A comedy and Diano. Yanka as a move. Now, what's the last one to him?
There be you, Titi. Me our client. Boris, me our client in a maba. Then, Namidi case aba. Okay, what charge me as a client? Sika, mama, will legal fees. Now, Ejumano, I can't your dear. You have to be diligent, you have to be detailed, thorough. Now, also, what pet near a bit my case, no, as a client, met me every knee. So what does a common idea no got to do with material?
Mamma, for two ornaments, me drop all my points.
Okay.
Whoa, Abutia. Lawyer, because you trouble ye clients pay well. The system pay well. Suppose a lady, the whole year no two case. Was what charging ya 2 cases, but my man surviving for the whole year. And the lawyer knew crowd 2 cases no. I want enough time to do research. I want enough time to prepare, and I want enough time to show commitment to the case. Because when Jessica, every too much soon after Munya, Baba Ghana ha, Sikana lawyers here general. I think Ghana Bar Association. The scale of his career general. When the economy no to be sustained because the other person will be sick. Imagine, almost a bill. Say bill, a criminal case involving murder, robberies, and almost about 2 billion. How many people can pay 2 billion for bail? Even normal bill, almost a be 300 million, 400 million. How can people, the other person pay?
Okay, so me
what could you be at 2,000, 3,000? Not 2,000, 3,000, no. What did it about 50, 70 cases in a month?
So me and Yantia will how Niopesa Yatiasi and say, yes, fee no dear what say, but Mumu here, whom boss said, Sikano Dawson, say, be a client who catch a gun and he say, and I which is we say, charges because I don't.
We are saying that. We are saying that one more. Charges that was he in charge, the other Ghanaian cannot afford. It's almost to me, just at the throw. Most lawyers take lower fees.
Because now no me could be a while, bro. China, I'm so a divorce now. Yeah, any lawyer can say, $1,005. We say, no, because you want some, because see, and a lawyer for the charge dollars the damn say.
Because if you want to see a charge 2 billion, the other person cannot pay. And you know, a bit say, be another lawyer, no, one lower price, no. When you lower price, no pay, no. No motivation, no conform.
I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir.
Say, about the same, how case we breathe. And I can tell you, say, your lawyers will be in a day, or your case about 20, 15. Now, after case back on a wakra. Now, back on a crame. Over now, back on a kaneshi. Now, back on Willy back. Now, back on. And to fi court one of the court, also court. They have the case for Kanisi court. They have the case so when they say Agabing, we don't have the case for Tema. You see one particular lawyer. If I dare know 4 cases, look at the location. If you don't have the case, I don't know. And now, occasion does one. And more effectiveness about form. Because the more what the case we bring, how do you get enough time to do research on all? And to most the delay in the case is the massacre can what generate what you this year. Now case for 4 or 5 years. There been a simple common criminal case, a police case for 7 years. Imagine say, lawyer, what the case 7 years ago. Now you go a case, but here. The lawyer there offered the case too for the whole year. And you know, enough time, he has been prepared well. And you know, these are some of the factors. Emma, let's be on my commitment to the case. On my wicked cat. And we also apply to claim to me. Okay, what's the case? clients know is supposed to pay filing fee. Who fairness say yes, I file or see maybe. And the clients also contribute to factor. Some clients don't pay. It won't pay a lot, no. Like I said, one or Hokota or Dia or Nibi into Kojava, Magic Boom. And also, Chief Justice Simpson say about 70-80% of our cases are and a discretionary judgment, no. Judges no let this idea. And you know, on the one front, win every case, whether you win or not, is added 80% or 70% are maker, and they are real. 70% to 80% is at the discretion of the judge. And
because you know, can say the 70% because no attributed to failure on the part of more lawyers to follow the rules and procedure and present the right weight of evidence and the course of action.
And I'm about 70% or 80% of our cases, no judgment, no, is at the discretion of the judge.
So does that mean, sir? Yes, mu follow the rules of procedure. You present the weight, the right weight of evidence, the course of action. ABS say follow ni adi but because it's at the discretion of a judge, you know.
Chio. Tell me idea. You express your legal opinion. Once I say the law is in the bosom of the judge.
Yeah.
The judge they can't find that. Only an idea who express your opinion. And then let me take an example. Chachukwesi case na what judge they name no. Sir, the lawyer will put a point, say, oh, fair trial, come to court on the daily basis, no, a fair trial. Or be go to the BBA, but whether that fair trial no, will be sustained or not, it's another discussion. One judge can say daily basis, or because of the weekly basis, or because of monthly basis. That makes the idea. It is no matter how good you lawyer is, no, okay, see the war, and can equitable reliefs. Every bail, my member with bail, example of a bail. Say judge I imagine say one more bail. My lawyer call you book ma. And the thing is no. Lawyer call you book ma. That you make sure you can say you see cancer have finished. Looking at the fact of case, I'm of opinion. But that's what they say. I'm of opinion. The cause of opinion that you are not entitled to bail. And then effort. And you see, lawyer Jumani, and you say 1+1 is 2. Lawyer Jumani, logic, evidence, and I'm not listen to me. The court there only do not apply law. Every court to be asked to apply law plus equity, common sense, and fairness. And what is fairness to a judge A may be unfair to judge B. It's about the same offense, no? Yeah, jail will be 10 years. No, but the same offense will be 3 years. But you crop will be to be job. You know, it's no. And the law is not straightforward. There are cases that come out who apply rule A. Judge didn't even yard. Also, say rule B. And the one say later no lose, but no appeal, no win. That makes us here. And you know, our cases now our court no. Me can say 70%. Whether a case that you lose no, they can 70%. But because don't want to feel lawyers no. When a lawyer is not well prepared to know if the lawyer be also at 70 on your competence. Or any lawyer be now what be you. If you have lawyer be wakata to court to pana shall nina or you mistake pana who to do. Okay, I say if you want to say and just say what bomb but nim don't nim. If the area no one share. And the young man, you want to say, law, no, you're saying, law, you're saying where to find the law. Until every lawyer be honest, so to once, that case be Bamebia, Untiasana, or consult. We do a lot of consultation. As a doctor, doctors, consultation. We want patient be banned out, shall not friend lawful. Let me say, then a lawyer, so to my case be banned with the case of Bruce, with one friend senior, with one friend way, until we do a lot of consultation. You know, say, who are your consultation? Maybe at the end of the day, no call, you know. And I feel so can say, case the one, they be amending, changing laws, no, Supreme Court can be before flow. There are a lot of precedents, and you know, in the Biana, you be privy to. You have to be amending law, be now lawyer, when you are aware. Supreme Court to be 700, and then Supreme Court say 1+1 is 2. Or tell us because I can say 1 + 1 can do 2. For say, a 3. Meanwhile, I know the work of 1 + 1 they 2. Only for you to go and say that, oh my Lord, 2020, no, Supreme Court can say 1 + 1 is 2. Now, what I saw, now 2023, no, Supreme Court has said, remember example, Matrimonial Causes Act. Our real, who can say, if we do things, we will say, we no buy, who will buy now, move a party together, 50-50.
Yeah.
Channel 50. And this Supreme Court has said, no, or this 50-50, no, due to me. But rather, no, you go every day according to. Obiara, what is there, fair and just. Every case should be treated as a different case. And you know, now people should not only look at say, wow, now, we need to but rather, no, you look at case by case, and apply the issue of Article 18 say everybody has the right to own property. You know, the fact say many property they want to own just interest. The Supreme Court keeps on changing. And then the law keeps on changing. And you know, lawyers are not tingos. It will be a judges. The key serious of law. This is the war. Who could any man? Also, law, what attention only said, yes, some. If you see a mistake, lawyers, we are the judges, no. The judges, lawyers, no. Nobody gets it right. And this will tell you that a lot of judges make serious mistakes, grave errors. Emma, it will cost Supreme Court grammar. Supreme Court to color judges with him. Emma, almost about the judges got it wrong. And I told you, I realized to meet us, which was said that, you know, judgment to them, and that's why we always appeal. And most of appeal, about 50% of appeals succeed. Do we also say that the cases before the court, no, the judges to are contributing factor? Yes.
And then because I'm saying Yoko case be a call high court.
Can you imagine? Yoko case.
Yes, private and Supreme Court catch a high court there be. Yoko omo ni to me be ase omo be investigate private.
If you imagine this, la no odi Yoko case to call lose you know. She say you for blame no man. What you say? Me want to what is the la no? What to pay? But just even make the catch.
Yeah.
I call Supreme Court no go that here.
Yeah. But anyway, Justice the Chief Justice asemo back be okan kakra na mimbusa bibi wo ho yentie.
Has behaved in a certain way, we say we cannot call the person to the bar. I was surprised at the furor that rose up concerning the call to the bar of certain people, and I thought, like, seriously, this is proper conduct for the legal sector? That's interesting. Anyway, so for you to come into our space and to come into the space of the legal sector, your conduct cannot be obscene and offensive, and you expect that you'll be admitted. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so Chief Justice so kan kakra fa Nancy Iraba bi MCSF na ma governor ni odebe to dra about or trop en so hwie ye na nka bia say calling it to bar na yam frɛ no say as a lawyer there usuban cannot be obscene and offensive in the kaka ho. You're okay, Ajinche.
Perfect. And I'm so proud of current Chief Justice. But I think it's a token perfect. Or you're disciplinarian. I may have encountered him at the bench. Or you'll be or you're disciplinarian. He wants to raise the bar. She wants discipline. And so what I say, lawyer near Jumani near at the show. So ni my dear pet, conduct, Usubai, seven lawyer near fraud that show. Lawyer near when I say, who dresses yo. Lawyer near who dress because I say, we are comedian and now we are disco. We will not allow lawyer what I told the body the name. Lawyer near other court for now when I say last we unity assumadiem business everybody when Chief Justice say legal profession is meant for a privileged few. They will comply by their ethics. There were do's and don'ts. We will enforce it. And he's sending a signal out there saying, don't think that legal profession is a cheap profession. Anybody just enters because Papa said. Last year, number one, your background, your activities, you be finding out your background, who even you are. Your moral, you must pass the moral and integrity test. And then after every year, your licenses are subject to yearly renewal. When you see cases are, general legal counselor, lawyers, constantly they are reviewing our conduct. If you conduct for 1 year, 1 year, you to be license, you to be both sides, you to be caution. We are training lawyers who are not only sharp in law, but who are disciplined, who are ready to go by the rules. And who are ready to get out of the profession, and that's the signal. And who is beside really, who is a queen, who will go roll, I could take a month for your lawyer, no one knows what because you only had to pay Yadi. Say, Obi who say, Obi Mbuno, now for us, I will see a lawyer. And the lawyer do money there for papa.
Now, okay, be so about say, we a lawyer ni, comments ni maybe I can cover social media. And also credit me, I be how, or lawyer and in your account. Yeah, interviews ni be no granting near the Adinina can want them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You see, if you're a lawyer, can I say they are monitoring your conduct till you leave the profession? Or if you come in, who your lawyer, who a person your lawyer, not currently no Jimmy was social media. Imagine some of the commentators, or be want to social media or your panelists. Now, who evidence against you. That ever call to a man will be that draw attention, say, this is the conduct and the behavior of this person here. You have called to the bar. And the same way, we are laying here, radio so, laying moi, now, at the dear, moi, dear, case or court, now, precisely, you are soon obey the access, who good legal professional fee, your Kosiwa, and media, or Bechuaso. And you know, Madame Tokonudi, or Patrick say, on our banner, they learn to be a lady, one discipline, system discipline. And you know, people's conduct, there are a lot of impunity and vices on social media. There's social media bullying, insult, defamatory, indecent behavior, obscenity behavior. Who you lawyer don't get yourself involved in those things. Many will sleeping on social media. Many will be our social media bullying. Many will be our own for say engaging social media fraud, romance fraud. Now, because of social media, you're very regulatory behavior, both on social media and the mainstream media, and any conduct of yours will be subject to review by your conduct. And the Legal Profession Act, any ethics law. And you know, Madam Tokonu is sending a good signal out there saying the General Legal Council is still monitoring the conduct of lawyers. Your system, and the person more person by lawyers no. One shot the moon say your record, I keep you record. It is a way who be who social media why you bully who can was same who did the atema. You do record so at the time who be you what you supposed to law. Now, play back your social media bullying and stupidity national. Like I just said, you don't qualify.
Yeah, that's the opinion. I mean, sure.
Including political people who make political noise and defamation through politics.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, sure. Marisan Power, I'm running me on pay need 100.9, 18 minutes now 9 about. Argentina be about neighbor King can be na yakwenim yedinia council at so still with me and pay studio mukamama for ekame home. Yeah, boy. Na wait me at and somewhere cost so on my Ghana mu.
Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie, Ghana Muntie. Oh, there's some papa. Cassia Bo, Coaca Tamansa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye, Onye Yimu, the Cretrodo, Kamadinibo, Nita Fair, my NTA, Cassia Waji 100.9, Cressy Bonque.
Okay. Main kind comments maybe Dr. Dufour would have been ideal candidate for the NDC. Unfortunately, because of their blurry visionary problems, the NDC can only see what they think can take them to their destination. Osei Kweku, UK. Agunaba MP, Kaswa Adam Nana, Honorable Chief Alan Chamatin has proven beyond reasonable doubt that he is the best candidate to lead the NPP to gain power come 2024. Citizen Francis, kudos to the government led by Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta for supporting our economy and citizens with a strong social protection policy. School feeding caterers have been paid and meal cost increased. I'll comment on that one. I mean, meal cost increase. Sky is here to 1 Ghana cedis to 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos. I don't know. I mean, can and do you 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos a bit in the but I don't know. No wonder you see some of these things. Yeah, Ntina, Omuno Edianina, Edianino, Ebi or cry because 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos. Really? But 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos Ghana for. Ediane ben pa na betim dia to Ghana hanum saying cooling cry 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos e beto agbelika kro 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos etimi to enti say 1 Ghana cedis na say atum na say 120 Ghana na so ki aban ya de per day 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos. Oh, you are laughing. This is not laughing matter. Any brace am near can. Who the out now go around It's not 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos.
Na another madam for police ni be frame say.
At least anya cry 5 Ghana cedis are there.
Yes.
You know that okay fine. 5 Ghana cedis per day.
E betumi aye bibi.
And you are ye bibi.
E betumi aye bibi.
1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos.
Yeah.
Enti e de be aduane pa no de be no ankola no fi say aduane ben papa no de be mom.
Enti overkwesi ani dana police ni ya me ko se ne ba. Ase de bia ye friend se ne ba no ho mfa no. Say aduane a wo mu yama wo mu no. And ya katro wo mu point blank say sikanisha.
Now how many times na I met na saying kind ukwakoto tomatoes. You can tomatoes and net tomatoes pa because when inti krono no boy because nipa no say woman 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos ah. Yeah. But eto de bia no kra bi hon ma azoma ye pese ye kan na ye bagi atum. Ene we no ya anya crank yo.
Excellent.
Because
nipa
food you be when mo aso food caterers no mo gisa 1 Ghana cedis 20 pesos na mo se mo di no aduane. Mo 1 Ghana cedis na wakoje sa contract no. We are sure 1 Ghana cedis 20 and aduane
papa be pa na obetumi aye. Enti no wonder say aya ye hu enuane ni bia overkwesi enuane ni bia
because when any tomatoes I say apro na makoto na mde be aduane amakola
na be kwa akoto because untumi
because how maybe 1 Ghana cedis 20 me fanye
there be enye yi na intosi no koto say enne rubber ba ko no kra na 100 Ghana enti ukoto say tisa ukwa ukoto leftovers no na wo de wakoyiyi mu na wo de aye
enya de obenu aduane pepe bia amakola
na overkwesi aya wo nhwe nkwan bia ye de mo mu ebi wo a se gari o samu na o san kwan wie na mo nka ho na wa san kwan bi there are rather crampo and security problems man kwala no bi problem no
me mo bi abaso amanga na cedis 20% enye
na kwala ne yare ti sa wodi wo mu hospital de bia nkwala ne yare ti sa wodi wo mu because of aduane wo mu din
ti ebe nunu ehun asira mo mienu ehun ne ensire no na ebe boy aso manya fine CC sorry Kwesino from Ablekoma says the professor has really spoken the mind of Kobna today papa but it won't work. Though this government led by Nanado is performing well, but far better than JM's. That's why he's not the option for the country. That's Kwesinowa and Odieno Edi Baye. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is our next president of Ghana, aka number 10 of Ake, New Plant Station. How can Ken Ofori-Atta look into the faces of Ghanaians to tell us that we are out of the corner? Let's call a spade a spade. Ken Ofori-Atta has a form of godliness. As yesterday, he quoted 9 Bible verses. That's one here from Richard Amasaman. All right. Eba.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
Abraham ko mintiu nya de beto aso e dia mame. Da bon.
Abusiafo memfa ketewa bi mra. Na graphic yanim ha finance minister okura ne bag no. Ena Dr. John Kumadi nachi. Ena Abna Osasare honorable ono nso eka ho. Budget no a wokoka ye. Ena minority for say sani asem dade ya. Tertiary student ya wo mokosra NC nso ewa ha. $300 million man so bi. Court the Jansen ato mining firm say adwumekuo no or the Jansen e de ato no so. Eno nten kwade. Tele guide yanim ha or the finance minister mfoni asa be 20 na de bokrata ni nyina no finance minister ewom. Ononyamfo kan ofori ato okura ne bag no a ne nkrata wom no eno na da he Dr. John Kumaka ho ena honorable Abna Osasare ono nso eka ho bie na Abrantia Pius enam hagide answer enya the deputy ni akosia meno. Yeah, I think so. Ne deputy ni akosia meno. Na boss no eko Pius enam hagide oko akopre sebeja akonya ewo esuejaman parliamentary seat no oko akopre nti Pius there he goes na bedi etire nso epre ewo adenta mo amwa madina nso aya monka okum kwamami yo MPP at the polling stations aba betudwa enche bosumi yemu omo ebeto aba Ahanta West Mrasebe Jenia friend say Beneza Kojokum na ne ho mfa no after na krasta ne ho mfa no nti no wo se wa resign yakoye by election and what so there be or didi wa urade mu se ne ho beto no obesan aba beto anadwuma so court astop Cassius mining $300 million bi anko peso wa free yen no enya ade aye de sika no ebema wonum otuado ena one ne players ni bi assign every united na Sancho odaha ena Abrantie Haaland nso odaha ena woni wo nyina ebon komo afei de obokrata ba kwa mede to aso aye daily statement na Pius ekopre sebedeni akonya wesu jaman owaha communication minister Mami Asro uso page media bi hontuma ewo tamale $50 million support and yadema SMEC a ebeboa na womu atumi agina womu na so economy ne de onanyamfo kan oforiata sadia ne space ne se no a woda ha no wotre se eye saa na ohu no eye pa na Mami Are na atoshiado ena onanyamfo dambote ono so ogbo no subuyi nutsifo kire se national service for boss waya ade panti yemo na baso na asemi onanyamfo kan oforiata na wo kan ho wotre se mampeni ka kire wono onanyamfo kan oforiata se o trust Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia pa obetumi make changes Dr. Matu Opoku Prempe award de na nse wo jibi pa wakwa akwaje baako aye 100 a degree ewo UCC unti Dr. Matu Opoku Prempe enane oye 100 degree University of Cape Coast na the fund enim ha ena wotre say tourism babe se wo be wi ade wa hakura ne ye beboro he enkofo beba manya asem ketua GDP yesi akosoro venture capital trust ena chief executive officer ne residents ya womu akosiesi mu amano ya kwa akosiesi mu but won kwotnem 4 years nie no womu siska womu di kosiesi mu ya 1.7 million Ghana cedis ena womu di kosiesi ho womu akosiesi ho awie yes still papa no wonte ho aban UK aban ena overkosi sisi ade tourism aye yi o you can buy a mamo 3.9 million pounds. What? Where small scale mining sector. Yes, a small scale mining sector. Yeah, the CK at the mamo. I buy focus pa ye investment ya. Ube creating a kama na foreigners no. Omo ba, omo be safe. Ewe jedi mo. The Chronic Democrat Commander Etina Egafo Abrim. Na eho womu chasu obi a obetumi ebiti NDC eye Kofidentu na your friend Samuel Kofidentu no obetumi age akonya ne simple afe Pius enam hagide ono kra no onye na age o yase supporters no MPP for we say jaman no jai and womu akọ forms by force sir Pius wo on contest ye jamama womu na no na Pius tres won to mentwe woman no wo fom.
Okay.
Obeko a contest.
We mamia na ni aka no mpeni for metrasi.
Kwesi na de aye ayina. Ayina
budget. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's see and yeah ni aka no ebeto aso anope de bonkrata no nkomo no bi na kwabna boa akenkan dia man no kira nkwane ahode ho besamba no wa beboa ewo yedwumedie so na yeah discussion segment munye baby right Solomon Asante of the NPP communication team Chancy Alhaji Naziru Mohammed of the NDC communication team anope studio no mpeni for beboa na wo ma ba be kire o ma dwen ewo ensem ahodo atodua na madwen che no bi nso aba menkan bi na yanko enim Frank Nero Abuso kan was say you and I go to church every Sunday. We hear our pastors preaching that the second coming of the Lord is near. The Bible says things will be hard. Lesbianism, countries will rise over countries and no amount of money will be sufficient for us. So why are we blaming heads of state? Hypocrites, stop going to church because you don't believe in the Bible. Frank Nero, we know SM can be chairman. So you are calling who hypocrite? Lamte King Rashid, Temagov City, says the minority MPs should rather tell us why John Mahama is too desperate for power after failing as in the past, rather than their focus on the media review. Hey, Inyon Queen, Aaron Babako Kokomisa. I also send a message now because I said simplify your message for me because the way you write the message, you know. Why? Media budget review. Truth be told, Ghanaians don't understand. One, don't understand micro and macroeconomic policies. Two, exchange rate policy, inflation or deflation rate. Foreign reserves, fiscal. Who told you Ghanaians don't understand? I guess the finance minister and some people may not understand, but Nubia. I guess the finance minister and his sanitation minister, Honorable Cecilia Abnadapa, are the only ones who are feeling this so-called turning of the economy. Abladi Efiekuma Zongo Takrade. With that one now. Budget reading should be done in our local language. This will help the ordinary Ghanaians not to hear the continued lies from both political parties, MPP and NDC. Well, the official language of Ghana is Profunti. Kwesi, we will not go to IMF today or tomorrow, but later you find yourself there. Even to meet the requirement was very difficult for you. Now you want us to appreciate the IMF effort. Talk is indeed very cheap. Obibini black man, Tema. Need 100 points na Ghana Muntie Suni.
Ghana Muntie. Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nsu hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwe dia wapi ho. O ka sa batete. Eda fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Crash up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pa no ne nom. Ye bishop fridge nom no snack. Ye nya ho ho anu ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne ye nom. And this way no ti anu a, he se kire wom, koko wom, brick wom, bibia wom, ade wo hia ne so hye.
This way chocolate drink.
De wo hia ani so hye.
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Utie oha extra ponkno. Needs FM.
And some ko twiko bata. Esum se don't twa no dumaja. Esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so. Eye neat.
Ghana muntie. Ghana muntie. Ghana muntie.
This is due to failure of the government to comply with the National Labour Commission's arbitral award orders. Now, following several efforts by leadership of SETAC to impress on our employer to comply with the arbitral award orders issued by the National Labour Commission on 2nd May 2023, the National Delegates Conference of SETAC has at its meeting held from Sunday 30th to Monday 31st July 2023, today, resolved that effective Tuesday 1st August 2023, all tutors with emphasis, all tutors of the 46 public colleges of education in Ghana are to withdraw teaching and related services until our employer has complied with all the orders of the NLC. All the orders underlined. The demands of SETAC are as follows. 1. Full payment of 7 months arrears of allowances accruing from the approved conditions of service owed members per the NLC's arbitral award order. 2. Payment of 1 month's salary to each member of SETAC as compensation for additional duty performed in the year 2022 as ordered by the NLC. 3. Publication of the of public universities' rate of allowances to deserving members of SETAC per the NLC's arbitral award order. 4. Immediate release of leave roster by each college of education to enable each tutor take 15 working days leave for the year 2022 as ordered by the NLC. And then 5. Unconditional cancellation of the killer all-year-round academic calendar, effective 2023-2024 academic year.
Okay, all right, so I SETAC for now to say, one more day, 1 day to Janti, and one more see, 1 more call a Juma, 1 more strike, man, no, and it's a Omeja. John Mujano said, and Yamabin Koyi, that's a Colleges of Education Teachers Association of Ghana. And one more deal and some at the Atujano. Well, Yanko anyway, na discussion, ye drew so. But before my man pin for Akwabano, my main and Kinkai margin chain being so Amodia Bawa, a WhatsApp line, so na Yanko anim. If Ken Oforiata, the finance minister, has nothing to offer us, he should stop provoking us What has he done to change the lives of Ghanaians since he became the finance minister of this country? Enoch Asaman Kese. Yes, we are fixing the country and we shall continue to fix it more. That's why our economy is showing signs of recovery. Ghana has a problem and it is the NDC. Teacher Kujo Chobodom Adantase. Ghana is being supported by 3.9 million euros for fighting illegal mining, and only one minister, Cecilia Dapa, is keeping. Okay. This one I can continue. Amano Ansa MPP Adenta Koko says, one may not substantiate today's show because he didn't say prayers with us, but for mostly the budget review is an indication that the state is in the right direction. What's the point now? Amisco Spelele, Kasa Republic. Undoubtedly, the media budget review is simply the best to move Ghana forward. So let's ignore the negative response from the fallacy party since they have nothing better to offer Ghanaians. This is Jandam Media Review Budget. There is no hope at all. Ken Oforiatta should have resigned by now if he isn't the president's brother. Tiki Spintus. 100 billion cedis, 100 billion cedis. From where? At where? Who are the beneficiaries? Which regions? This is a scam. Labi, East Legon, or Labi, East Legon, or the free. Studio one say Solomon Asante of the MPP communication team at Transit. Solo, Akwaba, microphone.
Yeah, darling boy.
Yeah, man, say.
Ejana dom, no mon power, darling boy.
Okoye.
I enjoy on come with Jesus one pay. As you usually do it. The boy Basone, Jumapa, Jumapa, Didima, on my Ghana. Na Sebio, Wonga, Timufua, or more recognize it, and no more acknowledge a Juma Obono, who always be there to be grateful for the work that you do. Don't feel say the few that will be sort of against the way and manner you go about what you may do. They are just few. I don't think say wakasai and pay the whole day na ipa bakumbi onumi and say I'm on negative signals. Let's just say the entirety no energy. And say you have majority over the minority. You know, I think say she was up on Musuna, a course of Abudmadin. Oh my Ghana.
Yeah, that's it. Alaji Nazir Mohammed. Alaji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they.
Alaji, I didn't know. What's
you know, one of the things I love. One and
you know, yeah, this is a surprise. I say, "Woo!" And it's not bad.
Vinciana said that.
Of course, I don't make it. On Shabbos, I mean, no. I did not. Very clinical. And because some more guys say, "Good news out here was and Chichemuka Krabe will sign to us." Yes,
he's capable of speaking for himself.
I like just say now. Obi jaya there on the.
What take you by surprise?
Hey, Julia Jesumano. Come on, Chia Jesumano.
Baba, kuna
kind. The Okano.
Alhamdulillah.
Sabe the one who say Ochio, so on to Sabe the one.
But some of kind very clinical. I know
the weekend as I know the just so simple.
So simple.
Yeah. Any day, yeah. What can you have in collaborate? What can they do? Yeah, any day. You can watch some man. One any day.
Solomon cry hard. Behamadri.
You can't move the teaser. I'm going to see.
Teaser is really deeper.
Now, Brebe, we're different to collaborate with you. We're different. We're penalty to me.
I could be a quitting my house. No, I'm here now. Minim so my men. I know I found them. Enti mi tediani bo baby na minim se bia obantem sa do na say minim se ma mi beba obantem sa
one quarter ba
mama kwaba right, so yen come on person share fi and come about to dra. I think it was on the front page of the Daily Graphic but it's been a conversation for some time now. I'm for being mature my dream, but in Penifom, you know, these are former in Penifom because one is a former education minister, that's no Ghana Education Service Director General, which is in the person of Professor Pukwa Mankwa, and former rector of GIMPA, Professor Stephen Ade. Almost 70 said, "Sa boarding house now, you inherited from our colonial masters, Titi Bremnu. It has outlived its usefulness. Say baby, I could do as a minor. I say to me, boarding house. If you preoccupy, we should gradually face it. Then, Professor George Drew, I think it's Professor George Drew. I'm just looking for Pro Vice Chancellor, my University of Cape Coast. One also assembly said, "Oh, one who said boarding house, or how say and because of the issue at this other college, any near maybe a and say yet if you boarding houses na ebano, and untin be casa. Rather no, we should have used free SHS ni boarding house near the adeno. In discipline, bia ye who the boarding system. We should have rather free SHS should have even helped to a bia streamline things and I am far and to tunia me. But for us to get up and just say because in some bakumi you know now boarding house in community Debbie Alaji. You think that maybe I could do the boarding house as we inherited from our colonial masters? We should scrap it. And now say the big cancer Debbie. In fact, boarding house, so yeah, man, now a big crown say boarding house students. They have people in the boarding house. They have over day students. Empo crown boarding house. A car ball 4 times, almost 4 times of what you spent on day students. So looking at all these things, we should scrap it in the account. I don't know which side of the argument of the coin you belong.
First of all, one more catcher and say, I did inherit from colonial masters, you know. It has outlived its relevance.
Yeah.
One can't say what we inherited. Then the relevance then, and outlive that relevance. When I'm near me, Nkofo bo mudi nyina say ye omo eka say ankaya outlive enjoy boarding house no. They went to university and secondary school. Womu do university they have laundry where your home nyoma ema wom. They went to your first womo dining room na yan serve womu nkusua a problem. They were eating with calorie sets. In the university, menka secondary school as American. In the university, they put on their jacket and tie to go full dinner setting for their friends dinner. Before Kasembi say it kind for a be mount. Na be do trimba ho na wo edu so na wan ye bia ma ye for opening body. And this is exactly what they are telling us. Until somebody tell me no ekasa sisi mami, one of the cardinal reasons are colonial masters na introduce your friends a boarding school system. Ye beka say today I'll leave that relevance. One, ye mami bako. Is it not the same your friends a boarding school system? And a Kwame Nkrumah unify or my Ghana nyinaa. How come today Joshua Alabi could come and speak Hausa and speak Dabani from Accra? It is the same boarding school system. How come today Dr. Mahamudu Baumia can come and sit and speak Chi? I'm from Walwale and stuff like that. It is from the boarding school system. Then, look, there is one thing we are enjoying as a nation. And random Bible no more Quran anymore. Sadiano who enjoy our own. Na ama we fibi bia. That is what? Peace. total peace and understanding. We understand each other. I went to a course. My roommate, no, a Nigerian or a Catholic. It was a peace and security course. Or a Catholic Nigerian. Mechanic now is a Catholic Roman father kind of status. Mechanic, you call them. I was to share a room with him. I'm a Muslim. This man refused to come to the room. I didn't know because I didn't have that experience in Ghana. I said there is no way you cannot live with a Christian and not be bisa. I didn't have that experience until later. I didn't know. Then he was playing dilly dally. Me freedom one now no swaba. Me sana. We have to crash for a particular purpose. We crashed till at the end. One TBBA me bisani BBA me sorry bo me empire me share no no so Holy Mary BBA. When we went to the class the next day, say he saw something. I said, what is happening in Ghana? I said, in Ghana, the Christians, when they are doing everything, they invite the Muslims. The Muslims invite the Christians when they are doing everything. So, I don't even know. That is the reason why. I don't have any problem with that. So, what then contributed to this success and the relative peace we have enjoyed? All the surrounding countries are suffering, minor and a major, mutiny, rebel activities. On the basis, some on the basis of religion, religious difference. They be the chief imam bompa na waka say esumdue a yenya wo Ghana no e bibia yesumbu mo man bo ho ban. Then e dey asumdue ne ba because ye nyina akotena se ye free ha akọ central region akọ school, me free ha akọ voter region akotena akọ school. Inti ene me who voter region ni na oye bibia. I don't see it strange because I understand what he is doing. What about those benefits that the boarding school system has given us? Today, edu muso say muso mo behwe nchiriba no. You are suggesting say young abandon because of your sheer wickedness.
I didn't know cancer because as Kaibo, Alaji said, I'm sure you know the problems, the challenges are a fee boarding system.
The challenges they solve it, and they can for provisions to ensure
the indiscipline, the dedicated impunity.
Indiscipline, impunity was there in our boarding school system before. We all saw it, but then one more at that time they managed it. How can't you manage it today? Because of your weakness, crass wickedness. Let me tell you, whatever it is, if it is the feeding, if it is whatever, it is the resource, human resource. That human resource, Professor Adai is part of a government, was serving the government. That's on the record. For the record time. For the record time, Nana Danka Kufadu, more than 1 billion at a time. Obianye bida. Sheba and when bida. John Namani Mahama, or the 3 wells car home, a man on when bida. When you're weighing out all these resources, and Kualano Nayan take advantage of this wonderful thing. So let me ask you, if we decide, say, okay, we all agree, the boarding school system. Accra for Ebeko Achimota, Ombeko Accra Academy. Because those are the first class school. Accra Girls, St. Thomas Aquinas, those are the first class. Presec. So when you make a room. Me and me free wale in Farameko. Me and me free chamba. Me and me free chamba. Me nanti free chamba kotama. Oni chamba baby ewo. Bimbla etiwo.
And I said bimbla school be no. School.
And I say school na sa school no eno a presec legon tie. Equipment a bimbla school no one presec legon emu obi wo. Why can you be so selfish? What have you put in place to ensure that we can even move to this level? This is the most wicked thing I've ever heard from senior citizens in this country. Say, just because there are pockets of problems, We should abolish the system and do what? And do what? And do so. So Monsu baby, Eja Aman Trimba. Woman to me, and ye be from Penny Bonnie. They are watching on. They contributed in 2015, 2016. We had all these people chastising your friends saying the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Today, why are they quiet? Why you did more become Bioma? Must say, yeah, abolish boarding school system. Now, why am I going to school, Ben? How can you imagine? Say, what school when you grade and you have a choice? How can even the government be saying, say, or no, he's spending money in tourism? So in America, then the ultimate positive way you can even get the tourism promoted, internal tourism. I have through this boarding school system. Me free her alcohol. That is why I want to see events Adaklu Mountain. That is where I want to see Fajato. That is why I want to see Vli Waterfalls. Because of my presence in the Volta region. So in America, and is that not a negative way I can me nostalgia? You see, there are some nostalgic feelings. Me free her Ako Central region, Ako school. I've gone to see the Cape Coast Castle, Obinsu Free Tamale Baye, Obinsu Free. So I mean, we are even promoting the internal tourism, you know, positively through this boarding school system. Okay. And all this, you say we should ignore it just because there have been pockets of riot. Riot, you know, yet in Crawford, one specialized in those fields, and they go school and to get the children move along certain line to ensure say I know no bejai. Moya sa no so movie na mo tua om. Ya ma mo resources na mo betime de tua. Mo ntumi aya yesim hu. Mo feli.
May that say that's Alaji Naziru now saying can my membra na mintie Solomon Asante so and Kasolo scrapping boarding house maintaining it ajunche
that's it darling boy they can find chance to come here TF4 anopin na
Joseph
yeah I force we above 15 times darling boy just the house is divided into two on the subject a bit out the view say yes scrap that would be the way to go the best way to go and they been say no there's no need for us to scrap. I think I will side with the latter. There is no need for us to scrap it. Because answer na ube reach such decision. Na ewo ihwehwemu ni njina so anope oni lawyer Morris Ampal kan you should reveal empirical evidence. Ben na ye kura a ye be jina so aka say because of ABCD no anything ye conclude say a scrap off your friend is saying secondary boarding system na I think say there wasn't any such survey there wasn't any basis said you a basis we can say absolute to assume than say Rebecca said because of the occurrences basis where social media you know nipa bako for a group of people within the country before say shutting it down. So Alaji Nashiru it is true. It is for a purpose. Intina Sebio sa boarding system into the system. Now all can or see it has outlived its purpose. One the purpose because there be a purpose A B C D anti boarding house nearby. Now sa purpose A B C D and name yeti way no. Outlive. Yeah, it may be true, say. The reasons for which are secondary schools nearby and rano. Asat and then I coming down to a neno. And your master, into that reason, that purpose may not hold. It may be true. But why am I into one my and I just say discussion in vague. And now they are not to work as say or the Bible border nipa adjene just like that. We can't just dwell on an empty yisa and find draw a conclusion like that. It will be an exercise in futility. It's an eye side with Alaji Nashiru. Any the other person also can say no. He thinks no, there's no need for us to scrap. I think say near air no, we should rather find ways and means of sort of addressing the issues than saying ye conclude one obia sebio ye de wesi adeano anase yo pani wo fie na bibi e kosa social na alternative na obi can say when it overs you na obe can say bia o what draw conclusion hastily just like that. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that, because say na logic and the purpose, some of the purposes in TSB boarding system, no, a buy a full say a boa ne say a boa ma intercultural your friend is relations, you know, a boa because say okay, me though I didn't go to your friend is a boarding house, outside Accra, but if I had gone and I would be a wako boarding house or Accra, no, and the onim watra Accra fit in collaborate into onim Accra life onim culture onim. Now when okopia baby for Emma okoye exposure ne back to the culture of that side. Now Ghana you say one people, one nation, one destiny. So if you from your collaborate to so baby school now baby out in a while now tia a massa exposure and unya and you here na you can say oh your friend is saying would the one point. Well, one point, and just say you have not been exposed to certain things. You have not been exposed to other cultures. You've not been exposed to other environments and the way things are done there. But that boarding system, we know now. Apart from say expose you to other cultures, no. Ubenya schoolmates say be emphasis we fear no boarding house or central region. Ubenya obia ofi Ashanti region and I say be of Eastern region and I say be of Volta region wabasa central region school no e your mate mu be strike relationship e anyonkofa mu be wie na mu be fi mu na mu ba mu fi mu wie and now ti ya say wadan for bi oni ni ko school na from secondary high school university and na oni ni yidi nyina from e ba ne sen and na sebio obi a secondary just say more than 2 decades ago na still, or that's no what sa nkita hodi. And yet because of sa acquaintance na a share from secondary level no. Yes. Intino sebio uko secondary school no na utiminya na before made na for na mu tem tete no because of and yes at yesterday poni any sa telephone mobile system na obeka say we wie ntino uko do fear next day u friend wadan for it say na through that na WhatsApp na kakaka e be link mu at say bia mu nkokra. And then we are fortunate. And then we are fortunate to have that friend is internet access. No say binkola omu be omuntemba betete no omu to be exchange contacts. Oh, until uwo ufie wa go back to that mango no. Na unim so obi a sebi na one ne wa sebi na oti down so man no. Uni ne da so. And me no tie me mate wa Accra Academy a sebi o tamani e wo school na ye to ni din bayire because na he is from Sisala ni of your friend is from place and eba na anytime be our baby aron or the bayire and eba eti ebe tu ni din bayire and then me no ka say bayire say me kwa from place am to say maza me ba from place so bo na makwa kofa no ma me krobo na just ye din ko that thing is there ono so hold him so onim obi say wa cry na say ni that thing but say ye ntimi enya sa de no ka say sa niema wenim nyina ebe boa ye living as a people na ma bringing that meaning to fruition. Say we are one people, one common destiny, and one your friend is no. We see yentu sa niema ni nyina antwene. Yentu ntwene. Ade na nam so ma ebetimi generate sa niema papa we no. Yentu sa system no ntwene. I don't think that should be the case. Asem na aba and asem na esisi we various secondaries. Now even come to think of it, does it mean say or he wants us to believe say this is the first time of such occurrences ACCC our secondary school nunti no go conclusion
one more time in the university Bianca secondary school university when they are mature were they not violent clashes in the university
say obi can say maybe we shouldn't compare apples with oranges secondary so let's remain at the secondary level we can invest because yes we are mature so in the secondary schools I remember in the secondary school academy then now you were headmaster Mr. Freeman when you see a toilet academy and say not NTSA concerning Bezwin and Sembina, is a NTSA and we shall burn his car. Now, Mr. Freeman was somebody no man for because of the religious practice. But we were bold to write that letter to the headmaster. Say, Master, say this and I want to 22 years, we shall burn your car. He came to read a letter at Assembly Hall. Says a group of students are saying, I mean, those is how you understand it. As I mean, people who know who perhaps as the cause will be on friend to tell you, yes, they remember that issue. But it doesn't mean say because a human institution, Sebio, Bibi Nekos we call near solve so many things happen in the boarding houses. As Sebio, those days, not mobile phone in the system. You may not have In some way, see what these are there. Let me use that one as an example. Say yes, some mobile
Now
phone
we
in
have
Yamana, the what system. Do you think we could have had the opportunity to have a view of the video? Once the school administrators, take an initial measure. Say, because now they were not privy to the video. Assembly by jina so to say no assembly si wenya any visual evidence behind you. Or send in kwala so be kokana send no be narrate. Oh omo kona omo ye gidi na enti okay sa de na mumie no mo ko so your friends a disturbance e wo honte mu nyina ya suspend them. Until says that video ever out and son whoever gave that suspension will realize, oh, so this is what really took place. Obi crapo no say no crapo innocent crapo as he was no say on credit enough, so we have to call him back and answer bibisa. So these are some of the things that we should be learning. And we should know how to handle it. Now, it can be possible.
Okay. Well, so Mebana Yako, I'm sure said probably this is one topic. The media fiscal policy review and finance minister and come PFP if you maba na yababe disankono. But I didn't be still I had him saying so. Minkan kakra. Because please, did you hear anything about gold for oil? If yes, what did you hear? Kofi Ajman, I can't doblo. Kofi, where they wash it, I want to Abuano, now the baby Sam said, Abuano, to Takrane, we na baby Sam. But I thank you for my life. If God permit and grant us Friday, that's Honorable Michael Krekumante will submit his form at Ayensuano MPP party office to contest for the seat. That's one here from Opari. Suhum and Odeba. We wish him well. Sofmami Wadomi says Ghana can only develop if we keep the MPP in power again. The NDC has nothing good to offer. Sofmami Domi. OPK, Patriotic Voices, Gosu. The media review was an inspiring, fantastic, and hopeful one. But I know the naysayers NDC as a party and the minority MPs who have no message for Ghanaians will come out and speak against it. OPK, Patriotic Voice. And all the way by DJ O'Malley and YOC, Nanado and the NPP government have done a good job of solving all issues we had due to the pandemic and many global inflation had very adverse. Okay, Solomon. Insha say infuse, some shall say if you allergies, and allergy you want to take. Insha say infuse, Solomon. Media budget review, I'm sure the fiscal policy review, and finance minister Eddie Akwako to your name. And I pay any penny for Eddie Komoka Crow. I don't know so far. Was it inspiring for you? Be said by even revising the GDP growth, no. It's an admittance, and teacher is the minority who is saying it. Dom Kumanas Momoka. One will say, well, revise it. That means that patches say yes. And Yama Enkoye, you are admitting that Enyama Enkoye, Akai Bako, the deputy finance minister, Abna Asaro say, as a more can say, well, I come a Bosikano appropriation crown on my revise it. That's also a big plus. It's enough. Say a buying so about home ordin say 227 billion Ghana cedis near chi pay or matiso CC abem say ababem say 206 billion Ghana cedis any yama be ofa Ghana cares about Tampa program that's why air cost so any yama horror but CC Ghana and so ahuchim Bank of Ghana ne report in the yes. Over 60 billion Ghana cedis losses are opposed to, which means a neck crown. Does that mean some corporate tisika and sending a chair? Mean you a fiscal policy review?
Darling boy, the kind make us a media fiscal policy review. Nyamiadom, baby Odia Beduni, Ebenezer. Baby Odia Beduni, the Nyamias, because I remember say last year by this time now. Now, you know them, those were the time I'm better. No, I say, hey, my team family can, I'm Bambedu, a year. because me do poko ase ACP hope me ko sin kola no an ma park because fuel na 23 cedis me diesel am 23 cedis per liter. So now I was feeling it in my pocket. That was me so as an individual say bio the macro no affecting me micro no. And I was saying so me adjusting me a micro no. Now me to me finding a better living within the macro now me finding myself woman. So now me so me strategy, me so me mitigation measures me de eboa ade no. Everybody say me ntofu we be bro. Kakra na me to no. Me fan nkola ni fifi anopa. Me see you school ma be park. Na ma pa me trotro aya lolo bus bi na trotro na straight na ma ba ha. And ye men nanti sa through the chrome sa cause say numre be do ami ko fie me ko form me ko fenti car ne ma chrome biom traffic be ni fu ani sa ne ma ne be bi a me be ko na ni nyina na me so me see. And the story is not as it used to be yesterday. I know just something is going on. As to whether wuna wutie no be defining say a positive and as a positive no I know the definition of what is going on. But to me, I've seen a positive trend. And it's sebi enra sene na mebre na me manu demu na me kan about four issues sebi relatively no me compare and running nena me and then better because and then no baby me to me fuel no anka me to 23 point something no and pay me do a me to no 13 point something. Yes, just me I'm say improvement about and only one. The only thing I na a hamadwene kakra a menti asa me stress aban behwe no this ad what to sad and one na more you say akoba ne sa na a jump because time na ye around that 10 and 13 and me say 13 11.3 bb sorry 11.3 bb era na me turn no pay time na 23 no sabe e was senior fair ene aduane bo e jump call ye ubisa trotro mate no a driver for shenkanfo no be ka kire o say ya to we mu nti na akoba ne sei now so no over half of it efiso no just that reflection because I told me we crap on entities one ba na baby yes so monte by 15%. They didn't do it that way. It na make sure say e ba ne sa na matima ni e bie na no can say he is not feeling it enti ase wom well enu ti na make catch o say wo be ye wa adwuma we wo be kasa na so ebinim be feel say e be a tangent awoko no they will not agree with you no. To me, me say to boase on mine na yesom obia ne bebia obi wo hwe I say nyina ye good dem na object bi si o object no koso na hu ade ne say ye dua si o kasa ade we de dua o but by the end of the day no e bi ebe kom crop na ade ne nye dua but o part a so enti na wo kan sa enti no yenso mu sa na yenko now futu samfo ne
this is all short time
me futu samfo ye futu samfo Nisemo kind no o ma yeti ase won say ade na buy instead of say e be ka say supplementary budget a statement. Usually supplementary budget no say ba out sana na bibi title ene say enunti no ne ya kan nyina enunti nje say ye be hia wei aka ho but this trip no for some years now this is the first time we are hearing say the media budget akọ parliament na ya nye request bi anti-title say enunti no ye be hia say aka akomabo nisika ansa na so ya akomabo for the year ya nya bibisa eno so ya another plus for it means say bibi positive is ongoing ti say yes yini mako hwe ni say ya e ho no bones oh sebi yes it's true say no be can asem Oliver Twist will always ask for more uni professor Bokpin or something Bokpin yeah edin common also can say dear papa finance minister ne kan no no kan na emomu no no de na emomu no na ba what me ase just the papa ne kan na say me beto atimamfo binum ye mu binum ye kan so any deputy finance minister kan so say be improvement ba system improvement Professor Bobby no ojitum o say no kware nobody is disputing it na emomu to ono no de na dwene say mismanagement bi wo baby say be no so no wo se anka finance minister timi capture na hono na ya na me bisa me ho asem say mismanager yakoye ni pay ba miss but the quantum of mismanagement no and sometimes there was yehwe now you see your friend is saying sikasem no according to Professor Backman no mismanagement ebe man sana COVID and say ask yourself, say prior to COVID, you know, prior to the COVID ebe unity, you know, now how was the system? Na ye ka fa na ye duane tomu any sane man no sane ye fa na difficult sane ye fa na difficult then na it wasn't so. Okay, can say there have been some misuse of COVID funds in Niema. Sebi, no. The other day, way.
But finance minister says that, and it's not like wasn't so. Vulnerabilities have started showing, which means that now before the COVID, it means that na Niema shasiye ye asa eba. Yeah. And TM said COVID no be munache say.
What I want you us to understand, say, a minor a woman, Jessica Sem has never since this Fourth Republic, she has from 92, has never been. See, because Jessica Sem, I say be cured 100%. Ubekaya 2017, 2016 year beba, and I remember 2017. Sabi, yenyanti yase, eya mamona mabosomuno. Sabi yo se sikan nama yari akadompe. So dompe ni mu na obeso e de ahase abobra dompe ni mu no ukra no o si de bi medi new interventions and nyina so yesikasem e be require sikasem ubeka SMP for the omo yiba out no omo e ni ma mienu no mo gina so omo say besides the your friend is saying exogenous factors no na second one e intensifying financing because na ye eniema na ye niema
2 minutes account no makwaba
na ye eniema be na ye sebi yesi COVID aba yesi US Russia Ukraine aba be bom na 5 vacancies exogenous factors nyina echi no still na enjuma sika air into enjuma mu still na doli ubeko na ye the solar your friend is akwa kosi ama omunya still ubeko your friends bono is na yakwa kosi RCC na ye OT RCC na ye ko inaugurate still youth centers your friend is enough na ye on say ade no ahunye hia wo ho na so still yesi year of rose ampa na rose na ekoso menu ka say ufa na no menu nyu amadi ono ne kwan so na ye sa jonte ye de kwe na me bisa na say na o kwan so no na before say bebi ade ne nam no onya kwan emma ne nko ne ho na me bisa say na o kwan na o kire me how the thing is going na even very soon kwa bebi ho na tomu amaye so you could say still ade ne ekoso obi no sorry fi ne fie no begina kwan no say eh na yesi sika ni omman no yesi COVID aba yesi Russia Ukraine say any sentina maye na so hwe adwuman every day bia nkrofo guso omoye enye honkra there are other places it is also true saying there are other places obeche bia say bi nkrofo any site bi yes I agree but sabi say ne kan economy no aye bibisa ni na so so fa ekwan bia sabi wo de beso so ano sabi bia nse yakọ for me di friends of mental a year just a statement. I any request for your friend is saying any supplementary.
That's going to be over there.
And I make catch it say anything.
You don't even have any choice. You can't even introduce new taxes because I want to now the abano. Yes, I am away.
And I want to say, I want to make us also mismanagement. And yet, totally and absolute mismanagement. That and no longer say jitum so ajitum na momo Oji the finance minister na account na no dey name mum no so ebeto aso so yes we all agree say eniema anko yie somewhere for over a year now Ghana for ya bre but Mr. Ghana for say yenya areshem e wa ban ni mu say senior say eniema start sakra now for the first time in some years Jacob presenting media budget as sebi ya request for extra funds ebeketa for ebebo man no akọ for the rest of the year no let's say there's a positive indication somewhere into yenya sa regime say definitely anamu aban a2 say be obe bring it back the economy to a pre-COVID era no ade anyame ye adom no to so gusua okan ye Bogbin can say yes but ebeye or say it will come recovering there it will come but ebeye painful you to agent or say painful and slow yes. Na adia wakwa wenye mu no ufi wofo say ufi mu prekopesa it can never happen ufi ti prekopesa too sia moja na beba it so painful yeah we agree and it to be slow kakra eno na ye hu no slowly
mame ko round mra mame ko alaji naziru ho no semra na meba ma ba be say bia some specific areas bia ba be enkomodie Initial comment, media fiscal policy, finance minister, they are two enemy. Wajincho.
I'm saying, Eddie Kai, me, you are born a home, but in the petrol turn 23, and they are tesu, and the abana yadi. Abaya, oka chere Ghana for wabra no motor 1 gallon of petrol. 16 cities. I'll catch you almost say, I don't know, at it happens. I do 1 gallon of 1 liter. 1 liter, it could do 23. Now, from 16 cities, you tow 1 gallon of petrol, 49 Ghana cities. Now, officers are buying where I are there. A beer, send on 1 kasakaya. They are drinking quiet. Ebro bottle back. There 170 Ghana cities. Ebra na omanpenyina na do ne ba omi aka kire Ghana fo nyina se John Dramani Mahama onimie. Ene me no waka se ye ton back 900 Ghana cities. We enye ye ban say just marginal increment. We are galloping the inflation. Ofa fan and why you know 25 liters but kaipa 2016-2017 na 90 Ghana. I know what I'm talking. I can provide receipts to that one because now I was dealing with those things. 90 Ghana cities and then me no I can say you turn back 580 Ghana cities. Wofa you say tomato bucket back. Tomato bucket, rubber paint no bucket back. Now 8 cities 2016. And then back 100 Ghana cities. It is a now we can say with this condition, you might improve here. Then oh mami is row eba. There is no denying the fact that economic activity no okabum. The purpose is to ensure growth. Anamebwa. Economic activity say inflation ni GDP ni den na embra na baumia airport say Central University on the nam lectures ni ekeka ho. At that time na Ghana at least by 2016 free power no, we had our lowest growth as a result of many factors. Ye nyina e wudum so ni ekeka ho. Eno 3.8%. And about me, I say, Sadia no, and yen kura. It's as a Ghana, you was garden tina, you be grow 8.something%. Internet, what's your growth? No, say growth no, and then the chest, senior, men no, your home in high. Need from a moy, Samunia growth ha, more bet me expanding, more expanding, so more bet funny pa, akahu. Not unemployment in a year can yet so. Growth to now buy Ankasa year projecting in November for the 2023. Say up at 2.8, the lowest in the history of this country. Them say kwesibo twemu time and I able 2.8 in it say the eke count. And then me no eka say wonu Ankasa aba abetiso aba 1.5. Obianye bida in the past 30 years, Obianye bida in this country, 1.5 growth. Ocha abano ankasa nhihye ya o ka kire yen se sika na o pese oje. Sika obenya na wetumi ede aye edwuma no. O ka kire yen se o expecting 18.3 of GDP. Sika onya ye 15.8%. Obano in your first figures are 143.9 billion. On our expected so budget in revenue taxes in the ekeka ho. Abano I high ama to say utumi hu say bibia ye misaligned first 6 months no. Anka obetumi ama 15.8% no. Be your say 134.9 billion. aban sika no went to be enya due to several factors. The major among sika no yenya no corruption. Any ebia ye aban sika ne ne ekeka ho. Over expenditure aban ya went to be enya usika. Expenditure, goods and services. Aban project is Obe spending 4.1 billion the first 6 months of 2023. Aban cost spending 4.7. Who are going to be in Yausika? Nebani sika goods and services who are buying as well. And on ye bibia ye beti akasa ye de towe ye abebua me no. E sika ye di wa buying as well ye. Omo expect atra omo expenditure no by over 600 million. 600 million are making and yes sika ketwa. Who are going to be in Yausika as expected projection? Who be spending so was spending ebrusa they be sorry discipline fiscal discipline aban no ndra me all kasa no no ka say ne be ensure fiscal discipline ni ekeka ho uyi eno free ho expenditure nka ebe boa me ne wo capex capital expenditure say ye be kwan say ye betua contractors ni ekeka ho aban ASF local contractors e wo krom han wo mo aye adwuma ma aban no obetua om 5 billion ye wie ya the first 6 months obetua 5 billion and do obeka ye no na wotua 1.8 poultry 1.8 intina contractor for obehwa oman no mo aye din because ye tua contractor for ankom watumi to talk yoma to talk or monso ever expand or workers in the Akika Obia and Jessica or mine my din there no if you are buying we need 3 poningi and ama net meno yakasa one kasa wire projection for 5 billion obetua local contractors obetua awomwa what you are 1.8 out of the 5 billion name wo capital goods and services no there we diatra send ya one kasa project ma ya buy energy sector ya catch and say yan dweni ya edum so no ya kom we kura deda because as we speak now baby light ya nyina ya enjoy sisi no where it is all on credit name me no wo de ye top prepaid o before e be use no ye tua me no wo de ye top prepaid name light ya use no nyina no ye bosua because over energy a buy projected say obetua 23.6 billion in the first 6 months, first half of the year. I buy 3.6 billion, I buy 5.5 billion. Nani akaro ewo hin sika me no nyina yetua no ni nyina ebi na ndewo da sori a wo say yes obi ewo 1 billion ewo ne dan presidential staffer keke amida nuhu ewo over 144 million dollars. Presidential staff no so yakwa wi awon nchen. Na me no ka say what fufuro na abaro. What?
Yeah.
West Blue there.
Yeah.
Gabi Ochidako ne Attorney General no. Attorney General am say apart from being your friend saying Minister for Selective Justice or sanso here.
Teaching honorable Black Iron.
Or sanso amicus corruption. Say amicus curia a friend of the court. Friend of corruption so there. Em say met me at heaven or amicus corruption. Sikapudu beye 187.3 million. Ene busuan temfa ya kabum. Womo pesa womo yi sa sika no. Hey, inti gbogbo womo nso hwe. Now, oba your friend saying inflation. And only figures because inflation no me know they be affected. 41%. 41%. Inti bamia oti odasuti omamwa. Na endro adentina one ko media review no. Onim say they be Kenovoriata be call parliament to read the budget no. Onim say His Excellency Bamia Okobi. 2021 went to me ankono. Satam na on Benin and Ado atukain. Ye di kankra ma yet ya say the entire won't to me amba. We di yanka here and train. I didn't know one, but I didn't ferry and one person. Yadi no Ebeka Huana. In him Guasia Cassiana Abano on one Kazan, old Johnny, the reading of the budget. No. On better than Ebeka. Of course, Roba more account because on Yadene Bade Biabe, yes, our projections win you now.
Niabro, yeah, campaign.
Not your Tianas on Bear campaign, and I say Tianas on Bay to my mind.
No.
Campaign or the car, eh?
Naziru.
Debbie Okasa cried and the was an answer mamma. Campaign or the car, eh?
Me must say, Mahasaman.
What's an answer mamma? Because the campaign or your pan went to me and by Jumana, Yenina, ye no, ye Tianica, or the Enka, Yakan or the Enamon.
Tiway or Tioman Penny Tiway.
The Vice President is not here, but he will hear. Is not present. I'm sure, as you all know, he's committed himself to another program. He wants to come and stand in my place, so he's actively working at it. That's why he couldn't be here. But he will get your greetings.
So.
That is not my point. And no president in Ekana say when we meet in one bar, me say, Ejuma no di
oh yeah, committed to another project.
Ewahi.
So a campaign.
And I make us and what boy a car and the causing financial loss to the state. Because on to me fire a car, you're petrol, you're police for, you're BBR, and man the protection of a vice president.
By vice president, you know.
Yes, so that is why he must do the vice president job. That is why he must do this. Is a national assignment into Amma because of your campaign.
Is it constitutional?
Correct. And I may be starting to one a channel. One a channel. You vice president Aka, you vice president Ali Mahama, you vice president Mills, you vice president John Mahama, you vice president Pakwese Misata. Obian sorry and the finance minister, she said, or cocaine budget. Or no, and one conswa, you better catch it in tea. I want to mean call. Until now, you will be saying, say, is it compulsory? Didn't you all the shots here? Some Renan Copaso, ye will be more. Until another wakats now. And they're not to tap on some more catcher and say, that is even worse. You see, moving forward, near me, Emma me took us here. The issue of our net international reserves. And net, why, your friend say, young exchequer to me after you nima catcher and so 0.8 man reserve for Ghana. Wabra at least yenim say at least in 2016 at John Dramani Mahama Efri Abaimo. There was 6 month international net reserve, 6 month import cover, and there also 0.8 import cover. Now, not just say send your COVID by at least within 3 months. Yenina who send ya or mine yet me survive here because John Dramani Mahama it have best 6 month import cover obian ye juma obian ye hwe obian kotena fie na bibia sia John Mahama every abaimu no na ebetimi atena ato ekra nduro a ehia akra fango akra bibia supply electricity aye bibia for about 6 months wabra Ghana ye juma ye nje tax bia ye hwe ene and do 1 month kura se ka akayen e wo international reserve and do 1 month.
Is it not, was it 2.5 months of import cover Anna?
Debbie, on one kasa loka 0.8. 0.8. Figure no hwe. 0.8. So when you make no. Near twaso kura no.
I don't know because international reserves, or say gross international reserves dropped from 6.2 billion at the end of December 2023 to $5.3 billion. That's 2.5 months of import cover in June 2023, reflecting BOG's objectives of reducing their foreign liabilities in line with the IMF program. Net international reserves received.
When we are Casano, we are Casano in the budget. Budget, no for budget, budget now working kind. Offer book no be who the ending point no. I want to figures in the BB. You know Casano. Casano keke no. These are the rhetorics of the budget. But young fan class 2 months. You're just 6 months. One kasa what you read said dropped. Another one kasa wa increasing. Into infana why are there? Let me end it this way. Unim say, your friend say the extra cannot catch rain in November. Say he would ensure.
And UK phone them use extra. You see, finance minister.
Finance minister. So the American, yeah, catch rain and say, obey zero financing from the local financial market. Say onko free sikabia. So kasa anwa. That is one kasa hunu or hawa eda ankran jumaso. Because when you want more compete wo sika kakra aka wo sister anymore. That is omu nye sikaribi. And oka say ono 2023 onko ho enko fa sika bia. That is sika kakra aka no ankran betumi nya bi. Need FM ehia expansion. O metumi akofiri sika ni bi. Dan Adams epe expansion a o metumi akofiri sika ni bi aye nduro womwa et ankran dwuma na ye no na anka omo atumi afa nipa bi aka ho ye ba beda ewie no ndura finance minister ka chen say ono wakoji 5.5 billion dida ewo local bonds are what floaty on the parliamentary approval aban we hwe ye betiti omo atumu a wo hu I don't think one person person ebenya ehu bibi aka for survivor. Now, by the end of 2023, no, what project is say 5.5 no onka ho, obeji biaka ho na by the end no, obeji 46.8 billion. Our local market. Not just say ankran for no, one more be den, and no eka ho and an pushi interest rate no, kosoro. Not to say interest rate no so nya kosoro pe, not to say inflation so kosoro. No man no. Ne kra no say first re ye chichire ye belt tighter ene ye chichire ye kon tight na bibi kra ndo ye kon ya nkoka say ye bidi because we na sa pe na wa boka e wo man Ghana for the first time in the history ye nya fango okay o man panyin na nado ene nya mo sika kese over 1 billion at a time as sika ni nyina na wo da sori a ye say Cecilia Dapa, I will say one one of them. You see, we I say one of them, and then you that's what I cry now. You say Gabi, so any Attorney General, woman's one more diaba. Artist Sikapudo be 187.3 million. Woman ebo eji adiato ebusiano. Into omo jiji sasika we nyina no mesrem busa. Emre bi ebetwa mu you say ebi mu create luti share. But this what they don't even share because almost shares can and be our sister no more be and juma. I'm a bit when you be so yeah, almost be dibi. One more create luti and do what? And hot and stock. Send a bear or munkwano mubusia for. We
made us see
Trimodea mean who be that.
And I see Massa Banama Baby Busam and Samba Communo. For instance, issue of the energy sector, and some honum saying, same your energy sector honum say, medium come IPP, Aban so Baba restructure a car audium. The IPPs have also started talking. I will say, Aban, you know, new restructuring be there be yamping, magic crafty honum saying. The finance minister Ken Ofrata can lie, oh, hey, Ubati media, that's one there. The stabilization of the interest rate is a plus to President Kufuor-led NPP government. Although things are difficult, but the government is doing everything possible to better the living condition of the ordinary Ghanaian. Yao Sankide the free Taifa. NDC is very furious because refusal to service our external debts brought about the stability of the CD. To NDC, the CD should move from bad to worse, but never do they give any better alternative, just to criticize Ray. I understand yesterday why the finance minister met the finance committee before delivering the mid-year budget. He wanted to inform them of the cancellation of the Bank of Ghana's 60 billion Ghana cedis owed to government. and also profligate expenditure on car maintenance and overseas traveling cost by the bank itself. We see how can car maintenance of 31 million Ghana cedis rose to 98 Ghana million cedis. Well, Odiniho Deborah Teshi Gono School. Kwabena is simply shining ignorance and mischief. He's a journalist, and if he doesn't know, you learn what the right to information law is about. He's a citizen and can therefore request for the full detailed document of beneficiaries of those who have so far benefited from the U-Start, etc. Unel Amponsa, Amsterdam. Unel. Amsterdam to say. Musa Abatua, someone say, I have no hope in the media budget review because looking at how the BOG, that's Bank of Ghana, and the presidency spent taxpayers' money, it is untenable. Musa Abatua. Solomon. IPP for us, okay. So, Abai said, energy sector, very structure, but IPPC, so, Omasama, one person, Mochen, young person, can say, there be you, Abai, young trim, will not allow you to restructure any debt to be. So, I'm just trying to get to some of the specifics in 70 finance minister, they to on the energy. Okay, I think I'm. Makechi, but the basic thing is that government want to restructure independent power producers, no, a kaya diom, baby a kwakodunu, so be a fan kakra, but almost say 1 month penny. Mean you,
darling boy. The almost side, the almost say 1 month penny. Minty, can you brief me?
But my cousin will say, can't brief you.
Who should share document? We are casa from the document.
No. That's a summary of it.
Was it almost 1 month penny?
Yes.
Let me say, Minty, can you tell me much about it? No. And yes, how? Say we are all following the media space. What me say? That very penny. Maintain
even one more one more debt restructuring no domestic debt.
Second host.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry.
They be me waka because I'm privy to an information here. I say no. I have to speak to who the Adam Ato and now what 7 year mail no. The mail baby was saying chinika kara na me say anka.
No, I'm just saying is that they say
who conclude this.
I'm not concluding. That's what the IPPs are saying. So you can just say what you want to say. Like if you want to say I'm the one concluding, it's part of
I'm not saying that. I'm not just saying once what 7 mail.
I'm not the one concluding. I'm just my background.
I mean, can you throw light on that? At least before coming to that conclusion of DS, maybe you are privy to
this is no secret.
I mean, can't say.
No, I'm just saying that. This is no secret. They've said earlier, and they still maintain.
Sometimes information additives be or the account I've gotten where you are coming from. I've gotten where the whole thing is starting from. One say even earlier, no senior using borrow your own word earlier. No, also sanka lights now overs and then is that not the same? Sometimes now they can, but from there to now, no, what your can be. From then to now,
if they spoke, I'm just I make catch yourself.
From then on, this pronouncement.
No, sir,
out.
No, fiscal policy. Only said normally what the media. It is we've not spoken to. I'm just saying, but it is there because I've listened to the interviews on my grantee.
Well, let me take it from here. What I want to say is, buying any IPPs no more like in Kitamudi Akosu. From the last time I said now. They were the threat of say yebeko dum so ni sa niema ne be mu no kita hundie akoso ama se bi nhie kakra bi abetudwa na the woman said on say say take up pay na sa excess capacity thing any a car ye 3 hour for instance 2017 say na for the excess capacity we are supposed to pay about and just we paid $105.4 million in 2017. Let's say 2019 so about $373 million. 2020 years we paid about $326 million. This were sika sabi from a buying coffers. Me see a timi tria for that excess capacity nana ye can ho asem. And no aka ho bi na sabi o many as on mine intino na e was say a buying timi ni wo mu sinkonwa e fa ho because of that earlier threat nana wo mu mention no. Tin nkete hundie ni cost the ko ba ni say the cost the payment a ye tria no the excess capacity bit of it no should be deferred to the next 5 years. So the next 5 years, no, and sana sa, as a Saturday a mine, no, yeah, I won't hear saying na Professor Bogwinkazo, and recovering is sure, but a very painful and slow, no. So within these 5 years, that's the pain and the slowness, no, near sailing through Abedum Pempen, so we can say if you so no Abedina beach in Anu Asebio, we can now be able to face sa a year. Now, no crap on 5 years need do ni ebetua. And also there's another arrangement say it should be spreaded within the 10 years that you after that 5 years no. Let's say you be relief be kakra and yes some discount chain you betua na mama space ni breathe kakra ni fan sort ni ma ayinya grounding kakra economy no enya grounding na they will pay betua no so no afanu ni no agya tum say it will be after the 5 years do ni ye be start tua ye be spread no for the next 10 years ni etimi ade ni etimi atwa enti ehon nhihye ya ewo ye ntimi ni uka say no recently payment ayetua no with that excess capacity bit off no ye tua only 43 million unlike say other years America say tua say 2020 $326 million ni 2019 $373 million na for no this time right since agreement recently it $43 million ena e call ewo ho enti na che say e ho no uka say na uka say the almost say omonye yi but uka later na mama tia say I'm sure say it is culminating from that earlier threat no yes no yeah mpene say ni say no but after that
not from the earlier threats. That's why I'm not make actual say after the presentation of the fiscal policy, I think the joint news you didn't come on. And this is what they said. So this is the story. It says IPP is not open to restructuring outstanding debts. Acceptable. Independent, that's the chief executive of the Chamber of Independent Power Producers, Eliklim Kwablan Akpetobo, has dismissed the government's decision to restructure arrears owed to IPPs. Now, speaking in an interview on Joy News PM Express, Mr. Akpetobo stressed that IPPs will not allow the government to implement the restructuring program to its arrears. So that's what I was just telling you, that after the presentation, the media has just spoke to them. This is what they are saying.
To say a debt restructuring now,
yeah.
They wouldn't agree. Say the say a better restructure any debt.
Sir, the energy sector, no. Say the presentation. I mean, I'm just because some of these things I'm yes. So on my update on the energy sector recovery plan. So the finance minister about say they want to restructure arrears now on the IPPs, and if you read, I think paragraph 62 of the presentation, let me just read it. It says IPP power purchase agreement. No, specifically it says IPP debt restructuring. This is what the minister says. It says government, as part of its debt management strategy to restore debt sustainability in the medium term, has programmed to restructure debt owed to IPPs and fuel suppliers for the period up to the end of May 2023. So this is what the minister was just saying. So they want to restructure the debt. Then almost there be will not allow for any restructure.
I now get your point. Yeah. Also, premises so we but say no man clear now moving forward, you know, when say na mebra nasiru kasa earlier no man
yeah, but Mami Musa, because the reason why we're picking this one is the insunsua wa maye and as to now agreement because this is what finance minister now buying proposal. I want to restructure your debt. Nti ebia se betu akwa sheda. Anakwa ebefa. Nkofo nso said there be will not allow for restructure. Nti die na beko would they shut because you said they threaten us. Say muntia ye kana will shut the plans down. What is the new thing that's going to happen? And I die na eba be sisi and only in community to crowd.
I am sure say negotiation ongoing between Abai and IPPC it's not shut. Say yenimun transit. Let's throw our mind back. Yes, Shah says a debt restructuring.
Yeah.
Bond holders. Yeah, the bar is it pension bond holders?
And then individual.
Yeah, bond. Then were they happy it was coming? We saw the challenges, the opposition that the government intention to restructure. No, that are facing. Similarly, this is what we are faced with. But say local balance say assembly new why bar you did that any cranty and no and a bar by no eka dear even you as an individual company and entity organization on my odika now cotton okay metria the will is there I'll pay the mon sign send me find myself say na me no do you think that by the end of the day number yes bar people don't like it me do ka who expect when it does so the BB na me catch also me no ba be sinkonya but sebi adubro ye kan ye trust ye beto ye so I think say aban no and a move faster no mutimi ni omo and conclude on this deal na but sir pronounce sentiments no raise Mr. Pitokbo I don't know whether there's a title but Mr. Pitokbo raise
he's the chief executive of the independent
title say be a professor and as a doctor and I don't know whether there's a title as Mr. Pitokbo can it's normal. Usually, anytime the bondholders, an individual in here, the reaction of the people begin at any better. So by the end of the day, no, it's any year, money, send a pen into Beba. Where's the Akania do? Ye bet ya, young Gansi yentia, ye bet ya. Nemumuno, ye hear me say because soon what we are going through. Unim says we've gone for an external facility. I said, Enuna, a pejayan cracker crisis here, ye preach so economy, no. Slowly, no, it is coming back on its feet, you know. Into my memory, definitely, I'm very certain say it will reach a fruitful conclusion. But the sentiment, I agree.
Almost they are opening up for a payment plan, but not restructuring.
A payment plan, and I'm a catch us. I buy no matter no yes, a payment plan where you, they may boss which they we.
And I buy a payment plan now, Sanko Casa restructure debt.
And I make it say.
Yeah.
So on no cause I'll say no restructuring. Any restructuring.
No, but now can see so I buy only on my payment plan. Why do you then put it in the budget review and say the payment plan I buying is committed to sticking to the payment plan. But when because we're
sticking to payment plan that one every year that quantum no. There is going to be a variation and our discussion is going to introduce a variation of the payment. I hope you understand me. That 3 something in as if on a tree and the current status no a break.
That restructuring is not the same as payment plan.
The young one or car has said, Oma Penese 5 years. And
I can say that's the plan.
And yet, Papa no catcher was that thing you are talking about. They have refuted it again.
This is how it will go. With the bondholders individuals by a better what happened? The reaction, initial reaction is no, but I'm sure say when they sit down, because definitely they will not say there. And also Michelle can say the Nkitamudia between a binding woman is not shut. Say because you can't wait until no. Hey, a buying friend no. Definitely when they are called, they will sit. It's still open. They will discuss. It will come to a fruitful conclusion. Tianudia is very, very
okay. Alaji Mami too.
Say, your casa some way, and any Mugasi can see a Magana. His answer say individual bondholders. Nini account, no more Ghana for, and one more Ghana Sika. Akoto a buying bond. Inti a band is saying, crown one. All they want is their coupons and amortization. Now, say a band say, ya disika, aqua road shows, aquaton Ghana, aquaton opportunities. Ama mononefo, Edu musika aba investi or my Ghana. under fixed agreement. Now, Fedi, under the agreement, yeah, men ankra ye use your light. There is no way we can put on our life without paying. You know, you are prepaid. In the end, ye light na ye use ye. Eba ne sen na ye tue bia aban wo sika ye tue no fa koma wo mo ma ye light no na afede wo what na say decide sika no ubia wo se oni obi ebe arrangement ben na make metre wo ha say first half of the year aban nhihye say energy sector or to have 5.5 billion ye wie no we tue 1.9 billion at least from yesterday at some of bekan. Look at the variation. Look at the gap. 1.9 billion out of 5.5 billion. Inti ni haka no ewo he. Odi ye den ya ban. O kasa 5.5 na o project ye no. Ni haka no ewo he. Odi akwa he.
Project they say na ebia ne nsan kanina. Say project.
Thank you. What is Sadiq Mahama? Sadiq Mahama, ECG boss. Ono kasa na mo dan grofo. Na projection e na grofo tia ya na.
There was a projection.
Grofo entia. That is why the whole manager of ECG no. Ono na mu omo dan grofo.
So projection
service omo dey more. It's a projection and people didn't meet. People didn't pay for the company to meet that projection.
Correct. Aban the appropriation bill equal parliament it ceased to be projection. I know at the aban best spending in respect to sikakudwa aban per se the mano. So in the appropriation bill no year projection bill. Wa appropriate say or comma energy sector 5.5 billion and one amount 1.9. Inti ni aka no ewo him because sikana wo pese ye de amount and it be na make sure say edu say goods and services ni ebedi wo aban so aye no omo edi apa ho biom in the first 6 months omo edi apa ho biom given the situation aye wo mu. So those are where the money is going to. Now ofri wa ni enti ameka say nimguase kese ma ene no say it now then becomes very difficult for obia owo ni sika say oba consider Ghana as investment destination because me then maybe investors can we are into me na me da sorry a they be a minister we was sika say won ne impasse minister we have sika we minister we had sika we attorney general yes say me no wo eka say don't forget say Ghana is not an island to say eye chinchini awa obi a always sika so say onya ni sika on fambra Ghana embeboa in the energy sector which is a very crucial sector because enu the engine are running the growth of this country. Industry depend on it, biara depending on energy. Now, say wofa ne say ene Ghana yang kasa yang projection of growth ra the 2.8 and we have varied it to 1.5. Now, wohwe your neighbors Cote d'Ivoire 6.2 growth. Wohwe Nigeria 3.2. Kenya 5.3, Rwanda 6.2, Ethiopia 6.3. Nini ekeka hu. One ever find sika bi omde Ghana with this contraction. A trepe say buy na nkasa kasa kura enye ready say obey bibi surunku. Clearly, the energy sector is in deep crisis. And that the reason why this energy sector cannot be in crisis in say in fact, nhyehyɛ ɛyɛ bibia de pen ne paper ne krata to ho ansa wo bedi ade enti wo bedi ade no ade na enye no eba ne sɛn na mo nko a mudi over 800 million eto Ameri renegotiation program nim 800 million for Ghana parliament and a minority for NDC for yehu ye anka we no so won agye di yanjindi ene ede yen abampempe so ayabe o mampanyi na nado danko akofo ado to say modern boy John the man Mahama boy o stabilize the energy sector wan yan sa akeke ansan sori o sanso the esla to aso ma anka Sin to be bar Esla no ewo apart from Sikana wobeji from the users of electricity, you know. Sin to be so bar Esla no wa ebe boawo ebe kushim just to balance it to ensure continuous supply of electricity. And that me no eka say ye catch and say Esla collectively cannot even amortize our debt. All it can do is to service the interest.
Okay.
So I don't know the kind of government the energy sector is gone. It's totally MPP are buying. They don't even care about this country. I will not be surprised if in the next few months, then we'll go back to doom so. I will not be surprised.
Those are your marks.
And it is so better. One more. So we be a window. Me da see baby.
Me too.
Me da see baby. The woman say I was sitting memo for me say yenti ade bi ase and say Mira na siru akasa na 2016 it's true. But yen bi say ho. 2016 na year kan was 2016 na say bio public sector employment has been cancelled. It is not coming down to that yeah, but towards 2016 from 2015 now you public sector employment because of the IMF conditions that you meeting and so that thing was prohibited. Yeah, not teachers training allowance now enkoso nurses training allowance now enkoso. But the narrative has changed. Certain American now one ambulance about 377 ambulances na mayo na associated workers of not less than 10 per ambulance. Now they are not there, they are not being paid though. It is certain now the narrative is different. So see, I mean, look as a free SHS then 2016 and the cost 6 billion 6 months. Yes, not some of these expenses. Not encoso. Truly. Your friend is planting for Green Ghana, planting for a year. Yeah, barely 3 years. Yes, Chassis. Acquire an annual affair. If that time, not expenses, nine cost down that time. And then drone services, air cost woman, air boy, you're standing here. That time, no soon cost. Contractors, do you know in our first term, we paid contractors. In our first term, we released a sum of money was released for judicial bungalows. If you on better your friend is various district courts. Any near my baby, Amasama, Equia beneficiary, Honor me I can just pinpoint that any Omo bungalows, I see the judiciaries, sometimes I was then calls security enhancements, share helicopters, share motorbikes, the number. Sanyaman United Spaces when you call soon, then yet was 8 year, me can't 8 year, 2070, your friend is saying $105.4 million. For SS capacity 2019, 2077, 2018. Sanyema when as a narrative because they said they are in place. It's your mama the expenses of a buying. It's a company say be 6 months. You know, 2.2 months, 2.5 months. It should be understandable because the narrative then pre-COVID is not same post-COVID.
Medasi, maminti unia. Unia na zero.
All the courses say way munina my expenditure na then akosoro adamwa expenditure na ekosoro no nti na mo way munina wonko wa buying for the first time in the history of Ghana okobosia more than 500 billion obi enye bi John man mama free abam no 120 120 billion no ye de ka no na joma obi ade ka kufo 9 million ka
so we read na ka
obi ade ka na ebe so ye 1 billion wonko wa move 120 e de akọ over 500 billion na wo betena se ka kasa ka kire me nipa ba ko an owo na ko yetua no ye ben say ne snake kire me nipa ba ko enye no na ye social security a kire se wo ye adwuma na that bi ebetumi aboa and that wouldn't make us a napco no awka say ewo ho no ewo ho na me say omo ho system
e can say permanent work permanent work national security
me say why do you then take my money me tax now I catch them say what the ama party for na we are
okay to say they are beneficiaries.
Maybe
party for your beneficiaries. Because any permanent
job. If you are not
job,
giving permanent job, why then do you come and sit here and tell me
just to ensure that unemployed graduates association it will be taken away.
You have to keep quiet and let me speak.
Unemployed graduates association, we just want to terminate it.
Correct. Yeah, me say unemployed graduate association in there, and you unemployed graduate in Iowa. You were unemployed, your friends are professionals.
Okay,
unemployed professional. A nurse for a medical hospital. That is what is going on.
Madam, I say that's 0302243540. It's your for a fact course, Kakra, no pain, Yasharasuna, a sports and ranch, and so about Trasso. Morning.
Good morning, Alpha.
Yeah, Udi.
I'm Pastor Seven Bright to make a subscriber.
Ain't you right?
I mean, sure, and I no pen on count on bomb. You mean about quite and friend Ajana one, no, Tommy Johnson, Tommy Potter, or me to have a man of assemblyman. Over with the Usha Aban we are any kind of Mahmoud Baumia, any present Muni the dear of the arm of mine. Budget here, Muko ready. If I saw Bepa, Nebebe Muamagana for. Mako IMF akudi sika ya mukoji ye krano de mudi ye wo man no yen bi say obecha bi interchain no da be na eba be ye interchain no e de ama abuso kan fo ene abuso kan fo ekotema abo a covid eni ho ye ji covid tax e wotema abo ye ji bola tax e wotema abo benchmark aban we bi baaye eku ejadifo eku abusu kan fo ampa omko ready budget anka be yi sa de na efu ama yewo yi ayan ntimi yi fro enfa magana fo enye bi sa te ene dollar na o be fa for cedi no ene dollar e 12 cedi abusu kan fo per dollar na o mo Bank of Ghana ko na omunya dollar na omu de akokwan so nti aba we ni bibi papa bia de mo ano na omu go omu na omu pakiska e de go dem a omu da so na we sure say 2024 Ghana for e de ni bre e de come e ba wo to aba ma John Dramani Mahama
me da say me engineer di onum say ono so adwenche morning. Okay, lost that one, so we'll check the very next one. Yeah, morning
because na bum today
Boko Udi
security na this mania Kwasi, enti on the same people know what to win. Sika woman risk of Kwasi. Since there to Bank of Ghana. Go with dear Mamma and da. I put him LP Trump President Kufadu and Dano. Kwasi, what for Deputy Communication Director? No, when Kakata to me, when I'm for one more cut, and then come on them cassette on class, and Ghanaians walk us out. You take you by young Ghanaians, and I'm going out. But you open the pump and I'm putting everybody out of cooking, and the punch about to put to 200 Ghana city. I know money. We do when you're put to NASA and a private cow. We don't want to say, every Kabamba was to put to one of my petrol. One or two petrol. And you want to go 1 million. No, let's go to man just to say, I got from the Shadow we minister for the I mean, Shukuna Mambo, and the Bank of Ghana, over the one of the Pakistan building Ghana City. Who who will break it? What will break it? What will the Ghanaians the minister now? Officer Gama, who may not all the Ghanaians. Maybe twice the for the Talo. And the make thing.
Okay, me da say me engineer di morning. It's blinking, but okay. Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Udi. Thank you.
You was in Michelle on my power. You can say president here, Ogu in Masia, and another. Not done for do on my gun once, papa. That's a share and which the pa Koswa. That was it. There's only one test here. Now, MVP now, as you can say, Nasa Musha. I'm a few more here, but someone and the castle Baqua, because of Buquin was here. I will put some quiet at Buamana. But the correct cathedral castle was he. That was him who do on my coins to a temu. So you never put a zoom back to talk a ship pet. Oh, we're between Jaffa or Sunya. And then the annual two from share a day, Sissy.
ya yesi dem I work as a team mo de bo omanu ahubra ogo mu de nya togu shella hospital ogo mugu ye da ba ti okwa ewurafu won ni wiketwa edi papa we oba so bo man na oba so obedi mo panu mi keke ewradi shenu mo e pa na de papa we ye de me so won he ode asotwe pa na beto man so
me da say morning
question what is that pay
boko so udin
adom ni ase yo nya be ma e be kwa benya
it's you
ya da siri adwuma pa ko de bo man Ghana ma me mbo NDC alaji na tiro abaso papa nyankopon hwa ne botom na de bia we nya be kan NDC sempa na kire Ghana for na minchi agonga de shikonkon de mani mahama obeji efin kwasom na na do ni pamfo di akọ ma na lipi ma plugu do me kwadenya obeji 6 na mai izi kwesi ya tin na ya reho na do bad record odi na ban set obi sa on pa se nti so ayoko so na do hwe na ye ma Ghana for na ase de kama no na mu studio to studio especially lokotina mo amu sister stations fa kan show so na ka se Ghana no hia man na mo ya ma mo boni santa na kosi mi bisa na ko wo bi na esen na do ko ni ye boni sen ne na do ba ji be Ghana almost 7 years ye ka wa bo Ghana for no na do ba be liability at Ghana for so no ko kan budget look at what they are saying Mr. Berry structure energy for Caudium. I don't know your man's not here. I'm about the shepherd jet. And some almost make about the castle or company. The not one day into Bonnie Bear Palm a Ghana for you. So, yes, Washington. Let's send your quality to studio and people come run it. Say, and I could say, come on, Moja Bagger, the Ghana car, 120 billion. And nobody acquired 700 billion. Just 7 years. I'm and you're both more of mine.
Me da say the course needs you hand say okay well I think they picked one more so well that's crash ajipuna yeah the course needs see anope na niaka no ye jama sports for no kejo dami ado time echi na ye dijumedie share ye breo social media na na safoni fima banko mo boy Miami Huchiami Atimini, Kwesi Abuaji Midi, I'm still your darling, God willing. Tomorrow we're here to continue with our story. Ochnan Kwanya Hodin Webabe to us so Medase Papa. And as Bruce Smith won any team on sports, need sports. I want to bring on Yanko Pemi say, yeah. See, me call.